Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's one of the biggest races of the World Motorsport calendar. And every year, the drivers in the Majors series get to run their own. And this time, the old girl's been brought back out in the field from the stable. We raced the Dallara IR01 last year for the Majors Speedway 500, but now we are back to the real Indy car, and what an incredible race this is going to be. Here live on SimSpeed TV, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. We're going to be bringing you the Fast 6 and then the full 500 miles in the Pacific region. It's me, Reese Gardner. Lynn Kinchelow is with me in the comms box to take us through the Fast 6, and Scott Rankin will be joining us later on. Tell you what, Lynn, this is one of the highlights of the Majors calendar. It's one of the highlights of my calendar as well. The Speedway 500 was so good last year. I'm looking forward to more of the same this year.
Absolutely, Reese. It was a matter of necessity last year when we had to bring out the IR01, the futuristic, awesome race car, to get us through a broadcast blackout of sorts. But now everything has been resolved on that front. We get the IR18 back. And if you were watching earlier today as they were going through day one qualifying for the real Indianapolis 500, you know how exciting, how tense these moments are. As we go through the rules for the Fast 6 qualifying, the top 6 in round number 1 have advanced to this round, and they will run for the front 3 rows. We can only do double file restarts inside of iRacing, but regardless, it should be an exciting few minutes to start off with.
Yeah, certainly should. Every driver is going to get 4 laps each to set the fastest time possible, and it is all about building up your speed over those 4 laps around this incredible historic venue of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This place was built in 1909. The Indianapolis 500 first held in 1911. This is one of the world's great races. It is one that has so much history associated with it, and it all happens on exactly the same layout that drivers traversed over 100 years ago. Brilliant stuff. 4 turns at this place, a rectangular oval. Every turn may seem like the exact same from the air, but from the driver's seat, Lynn, it's far from it.
They are all uniquely different in a lot of ways. One thing that they found out when they did the initial iRacing scan, they found that turn 1 over there on the southwest side, we're kind of looking towards the east here, so it's the bottom right corner. They found that that turn is actually a little bit downhill, so it's a much more difficult way to go around the course. A lot of guys in pre-qualifying have had difficulties trying to navigate around oversteering, or excuse me, not oversteer. That kills you from the back, but they understeer into the turn 1 wall, invalidating runs, and that's produced a lot of stress for some of the guys in the bump session currently being broadcasted over on Grid Vision.
Indeed, our friends at Grid Vision going through bump qualifying at the moment, where positions 26 to 40 in pre-qualifying compete for the final spots on the grid. These are the conditions that the drivers are facing at the moment. 38 degrees Celsius. That's pretty much 100 Fahrenheit, bang on, if my mental maths is correct. So it's a very hot track out there, Lynn, only partially cloudy as well. So, wow, look at that, I was bang on. Fantastic. I think I could take a little bit of pride in that, but in any case, Lynn, it does mean that yes, understeer is going to be a problem. Hot tracks tend to do that, especially at these speeds.
But the key thing to keep in mind, in pre-qualifying, that track was much hotter. It was up to about 137 in static conditions. And as you said, it's partly cloudy at the moment. The weather is dynamic, so the track has been heating up, cooling down as clouds come around, and that's been affecting a lot of the lap times so far. So that'll be another little bit of a curveball into the runs upcoming right here.
Yeah, indeed it will be. The Fast 6 will be starting rather soon. But of course, before we get into the action, we have to give a shout out to the charity the Majors is supporting for this round, Folds of Honor, a charity in America that provides life-changing scholarships to the spouses and children of America's fallen or disabled military and first responders. It was started in 2007. Just trying to bring a little bit of extra help into the lives of those affected, their family members, first responders and military, either falling in the line of action or getting life-changing, debilitating disabilities. It's fantastic stuff that Folds of Honor does. Go to foldsofhonor.org to lend your support. In terms of the Fast 6, we're waiting for the bump qualifying to end as all of the drivers involved in that end up going through their 4-lap timed runs. But man, we have got an absolute who's who of Majors drivers going to be competing in the Fast 6. This is how things stand in the Drivers' Championship. Christian Challoner, well, he's certainly had some great seasons in the Majors series, but Challoner is getting chased down a bit there by Ross Banfield.
You say chased for the particular moment, but a little bit of a disaster has struck the field. Ross Banfield is slowest of the cars in the bump field, and I don't know if he's going to survive that run. So that's going to be a bit of a hit to his championship hopes. The thing is, with the points, in the top split, you go first to 33rd, and then from there on back, you go one position further for each split thereafter. So if if it shakes out the way it is, Ross Manfield's going to be stuck down in second split with, with a lot of his competitors are going to be still up in that top split. It's going to be a very difficult hole to dig out of going into the summer break.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly not ideal for Ross Banfield coming into Indy, so he was closing in on Challoner, but he might be hit back quite a bit coming here into round 5. But we can't forget that Christian Challoner is in the Fast 6 for this round, so that's going to be a very crucial going on for Christian Challoner there to try and extend that championship lead, make his way even further ahead in what has been another reasonably successful season for him in the Majors Series. The Legends standings, meanwhile, for drivers over 50 years of age, Brian Bennett currently in the lead, but Kevin Hill, he's coming, and interestingly, Kevin Hill also in the Fast 6 tonight, so this will certainly be a big round for him.
Yeah, Evolve has managed to hit on a setup that has worked well both in the qualifying and in the practice sessions, so I would expect all of their cars to at least come up through the field. Also want to keep in mind P6 on the Legends field right here. Brian McGreevy also in the bump at the moment, but he is a few cars away yet to qualify.
Yeah, indeed he is. The Legends standings are always something that I look forward to every round because it seems to be wildly competitive indeed. In terms of the Teams Championship, well, you mentioned that Evolve has hit on a really good setup for this round. Look at where they are in the team standings. Second place, only 33 points behind Mega Racing Team, which Christian Challoner is a part of. So it's going to be a very tight battle up at the top of those standings. Sector 5 also within 30 points of second place in the championship too. 3 great teams having fantastic seasons.
And that battle is just going to keep going all the way through. Once we get through this essentially wildcard super speedway round, I think you'll see the events kind of break towards Mega with rounds at Eldora coming up. The Formula 1 rounds left to go, but plenty of time for these guys to try to build up a points gap to cushion their advantage right here.
Indeed, we just saw Dallas Pataska flicking by there at the start-finish line here at Indy with one strip of bricks left from the track's days when it was lined with bricks all the way around. There's a reason this place is known as the Brickyard. It's been through so many forms over the years, and I did say at the top of the show, Lynn, that the layout hasn't changed over the entirety of the track's existence, and it's true in a general sense, but there's been subtle changes over the years. I remember seeing footage of Indy 500s in the 1980s and the early 90s when there was much more of an apron down at the bottom that Lions drivers were taking are very different to the ones that they're taking now.
Yep, those some would say are the glory days, where teams would just go absolutely all out. You could run pretty much 3/4 of a car down there. Today, not so much. That white line gives you just enough of a gap to put a whole wheel down underneath it. But if you touch those little rumble strips there in the inside of the corners, it'll upset the car balance and it'll be very unhappy. Either you have to catch the car or it'll just snap right around and wreck you.
That's a great lap from Dallas Pataska, meanwhile. That's a new fastest lap of the bump qualifying session. Again, if you want full details on bump qualifying, you can head on over to our friends at Grid Vision. The field is capped at 33. And these drivers are fighting for the last 8 spots before the Fast 6 go out to decide who will start where in the front 3 rows of the Majors Speedway 500. I am always just flummoxed by how much speed these cars carry. 370 kilometers per hour is the average speed down these straights. So this is how things stood in the Fast 6 in practice. At the moment, Challoner a bit on the back foot there. I don't know if he's laid all his cards out on the table just yet.
At the same time, that there's a 30-minute practice before this bump qualifying and Fast 6 started. So a lot of these times right here are tow times. Essentially, you get behind somebody, they pull you closer to them, and you get to go a little bit faster. So realistically, that 38.7 is not going to happen today unless somebody managed to sneak another IRO1 through the gate and nobody's noticed. But, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, certainly. The IRO1 speeds at the Speedway 500 last year were absolutely insane. We were seeing them go over 400 kilometers per hour, 250 miles per hour in the draft. Speeds are a little bit slower in the Dallara IR18, but it is, of course, a real car. So it's going through real-life performance metrics. David Henger is another one of the drivers who's trying to get through the bump here, and you see that he's full on the revs there in 6th gear. He has trimmed this car out to the max.
Very trimmed out. Near as I can tell, everybody in this session so far has used the same aerodynamic trimmings. If you look at the rear wing, there'll be a little wicker on the back. Everybody has it. That's the 13.2-inch wicker. That's pretty much been the bog standard for everybody in qualifying. I don't know if we'll see anybody crazy enough to rip that thing off for a couple extra Ks an hour, but you never know. And based off of the run so far, it looks like it's essential.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, Indianapolis, of course, is a track dominated by its long front and back straights, but you can't afford to sacrifice too much through the corners, can you? These turns are actually fairly flat banked for a modern oval. I mean, this track dates from the early 20th century, so the idea of doing super high banking on a racetrack wasn't as common as it is today in the United States. So you want to try and get some more mechanical grip on the cars, preserve a little bit of downforce, otherwise you're just bleeding time. Tom Abramaitis is also in the bump, it seems, and that's something that I wasn't quite expecting for Abramaitis. The fact that he was so competitive in the Speedway 500 last year. Yes, unfortunately, he did have a late crash in the final laps that took him out of the running. But I would have expected him to be a little bit more comfortable here.
My memory may be failing me, but I think he had his first attempt fail because he had a collision in turn 1. That's where everybody seems to be having the most trouble with these runs. And in the case of iRacing, when you are running qualifying, if you scrape the wall at any point, or you go and touch a blade of grass, and you get an invalidation of your lap, that ruins your entire run. So you have to basically be perfect for a whole 10-mile stretch around this track, 4 laps.
Yeah, and a lap around Indianapolis taking around 40 seconds in these trimmed out solo qualifying runs. So really, you're only spending 160 seconds. That's less than 3 minutes out there on track doing your qualifying run. But like you say, you've got to get the correct run over all 4 laps. You can't just get the one magic lap and dump the other 3. You have to be consistent across all 4. And Abramaitis currently tracking towards a 39.3, but apparently turn 4 is not with him here. He does get a bit of extra boost down the straight, so he might be able to get a bit further up here. And, we shall see what he can do to continue on in this run.
Yeah. Turns 4 has in this week has kind of been an easy spot, but if you fall behind on some of your car adjustments, you have a few different ways to adjust your setup inside the vehicle. You have front and rear sway bar adjustments, along with a right rear spring offset, what they affectionately call the weight jacker. If you get behind on that entering, say, turn 3, there is not a whole lot of time between 3 and 4 that you can get a correction happen, and if you slip the tire the least bit, you bleed speed, and it will obviously burn some time off, but that doesn't seem to matter for him. It goes straight to P number 2.
Yeah, good job there from Tom Abramidis, and Brian McGreevy will be one of the few final drivers who will be going through bump qualifying at the moment. 375 k's an hour on the way into turn 1. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned the run from turn 3 into turn 4, 1 into 2 as well. Those turns so close to each other. If you have a problem in between them, it's very difficult to get it gathered up, and then you just end up bleeding time down the front or the back stretch, depending on when you make a mistake. I mean, it's very easy to say, oh, they're just turning left and going flat out. How hard can it be? Trust me, it is difficult to nail a qualifying run at Indianapolis in these cars.
And I'll point back earlier today in the real qualifying sessions, couple of cars having spectacular first laps just get completely undone on laps 2 and 3 with a little wiggle or a slight mechanical hiccup, and that's a run burnt. But here, this is the one run you have to nail every single corner right. So hopefully that's the case with some of these cars.
Yeah, hopefully it is indeed. McGreevy at the moment coming to the line to start his third lap of 4, and it looks like he's keeping it safe here. He's not going too far down into the apron. Some drivers I've noticed have been very aggressive in the apron. You see McGreevy taking a little bit of it there in turn 2. But I think particularly in turn 1, you try and dip the left side of your car down below the white line, and you just end up inducing way too much rotation in the car.
It's also a very difficult apex to hit, especially that turn number 1. If you are, say 1-2 meters too late into turning into that corner, at best, you're going to be bleeding off a ton of speed. But the worst case scenario is striking the wall, and you see right there, just barely getting a wheel on the line. That's probably worth 1/2000th of a second on that run, but then it's cumulative. You're not carrying as much speed out of the corner. You're losing time right here, and there's nothing you could really do to get it back.
Yeah, very, very true. Notice something here. McGreevy seems to be one of the drivers that isn't running any steering offset on his car. You do have the option of putting in some steering offset on the Dallara IR18s, and you'll likely see most drivers have a wheel leaning slightly to the right on the straights to just help them get their turn in correct. But McGreevy running a dead straight wheel down the straights. Evidently that's his preference, and unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out for him. He is well and truly on the bubble here. He's currently P8 in this session, and remember, it's only the top 8 that will get through to fill the last 8 spots on the grid.
And it's a very nervous time when you are on that bubble. I was there 2 years ago in this very session, and it's not fun. You look at your qualifying runs before, you take a look at the setup, you're wondering how you can extract any more speed out of this thing, because you think you've wriggled out everything you can, but it's just not quite enough, and it's very stressful at this particular point. As we see Daniel Stevens coming through, starting lap number 2, a little bit further behind, just a 39.5. That's about a 2:27-ish lap time. Gonna need to pick it up a little bit if he wants to get in the bump zone.
Yeah, indeed. Daniel Stevens is actually one of the drivers who was struggling to get in here, along with his Middle Finger Racing teammate Gav Barber. The difference between them was only 1,000th of a second, and Dan just scraped in. So let's see what he can do to improve his time here. Currently predicted lap running around the 39.6s, and that is just not enough at this stage. Dan is struggling at the moment on this run. Let's see what he can do here on his third lap, see if he can improve any.
And that's the thing with these tires at this particular point. They're up to temperature, but they'll give you everything they can give you on the first lap, and then it's just a matter of conserving what you can get. Uh, Unfortunately, the tires are just going to slowly fall off. So unless he pulls out a miracle mega boost or something, I don't know if this car is going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the speeds that he's carrying down the straights, and he's only 2 kilometers per hour down. And, you know, that's barely anything, really, but it can make all the difference at a track like Indianapolis. It's just the final couple of corners to go now for Dan Stevens, and I have to say, it's not looking good for him. Still running 39.6s all the way around here. The current slowest time is David Henger on a 39.734. But let's see if he can improve at all here. 39.7 on the last lap there. His fastest was a 39.653. And he is well and truly out.
And it looks like that's all of the cars for Bump Day, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Looks like a couple of drivers didn't get in time. Looks like a Jimbo Pfeiffer wasn't able to attend. But we'll go straight into Fast 6, it looks like.
Yep, looks like it. With 48 minutes left on the clock in the session, we'll momentarily get our first driver out here from the Fast 6, and it is Alan Wilson. Let's see what Mr. Wilson can do. Alan was the slowest in pre-qualifying of the Fast 6. 2 attempts getting him a 225.191 mile per hour lap. Let's see if he can get any better than that.
This is his first Speedway 500 to start. His previous attempts have both come in the Intimidator, both last year and this, and he finished 12th in last year's edition. So this is going to be this will be an interesting take on, can a stock car specialist adapt to super speedway open wheel racing?
Yeah, that is the big question. Many have tried in the real world, and not many have succeeded. Let's see what Alan Wilson can do here. Of course, as you mentioned, stock car specialist. These cars are very different to a modern American stock car, or even an American stock car from the 1980s. I mean, you can't get more different. Stock cars, naturally aspirated V8 engines in the front, rear-wheel drive, and quite heavy, lumbering beasts. This, meanwhile, is a weapon. The Stellar IR18 V6 turbo engine mounted behind the driver, and it's all about speed here. All about what little downforce, as much as you can get away with through the corners here without sacrificing top speed. So Alan Wilson now on the first of his 4 laps here. See if he can get himself further up the front 3 rows of the Speedway 500. And he is looking fast. This speed that he's carrying, he's getting up to 375 k's an hour on the entry into turn 3. Just magnificent speed already.
And I don't know if we caught this on air, but he also did something a little bit different from all of the drivers in bump qualifying. Instead of launching straight out of the qualifying pit stall straight onto the track, he took his time a little bit. He only putzed around about 100 miles an hour, which you would think 40 miles an hour difference coming off pit road is not much, but it allows him to keep the tires just that extra bit cooler over for a little bit longer. Maybe that'll translate to his speed. And I mean, he goes straight to a 39.272 the first lap.
Yeah, that's ridiculous pace already from Alan Wilson III. Very good pickup there, Lynn. The fact that he took his time getting out there on track, keeping the tires cool. It's still a very warm track out there. It's actually gone up to 44 degrees Celsius. That is well over 110 10 Fahrenheit, I think, or thereabouts. 111. There we go. Just ridiculous temperatures. So no surprise to see that Wilson has gone for that strategy. Wants to try and stop the tires from overheating so he can carry as much pace as possible. Ideally, you would want your fastest time to be on your final lap here. That's when the car is lightest.
You would that's a basic logic, but at the same time, you want the first lap to be the fastest, because look at the fall off. He ran a 4.55 lap number 2 and a 4.96. So having that big first lap allows you to stop the bleeding as you go through the run. Finishing up this lap number 4 should be close to being fastest of all of the cars thus far, and a good bar to set in the Fast 6.
Indeed. Let's see then as he makes his way through the last couple of turns here. A little bit of a sway in the car there through turn 4. He's pushing hard here on this final lap as checkered is metaphorically waved. And that 39.462 will be the time that he sets for the top 6 spots on the grid. Pretty good start. Not quite as quick as Dallas Pataska, Tom Abramaitis, and Phil Otto from bump qualifying, so you never know. Might have to look out for Pataska, Abramaitis, and Otto in the race to come. But next up on the running in the Fast 6 is Trevor Vavrovsky, Evolve Sim Sports. You mentioned, Lim, that they have been working hard on the setup for this round. Let's see what it's worth.
Hopefully a very quick time, with Trevor Vavrovsky having 94 starts total. I believe today will mark start number 95, so I think he'll hit the 100 start club this season, with one win coming back in 2022. His one attempt in pre-qualifying was a 225.220. If we go off of the predictions so far, he'd probably pick up about 3-4 miles an hour as he runs down the front straightaway to get the first lap in the books. It is not as fast as Wilson's first time. It's a 39.311, so a little under 229 miles an hour, but we'll see what kind of fall off he has over the run.
Yeah, I think, starting off with a 39.3, there is potential for the time to bleed off from here. I don't think we're going to be seeing the second lap being any faster in any of these runs, but we've been surprised before. Let's see what he does here on lap number 2. The car is looking stable. Vavrovsky will set a 39.4 though, so at the moment it looks like he's tracking for maybe a high 39.4 lap time, which unfortunately won't be good enough to unseat Alan Wilson.
But it's not as big as a fall off of over the first 2 laps, and he's also a little quicker on the second lap, so not only is he stopping the bleeding early, he's also triaging his lap to give himself more of a buffer on these final 2 laps, because on that last lap Wilson had, he collapsed down to a 39.6, and that really brought his average down.
39.5 on the third lap for Trevor Vavrovsky. So things are really starting to bleed off now for the number 10. He's looking smooth, but the grip just isn't there in the turns, and he's not quite able to carry as much speed. Well, the top speed that he reaches into turn 3, 373 k's an hour, that's 2 down on Alan Wilson's fastest speed in the same location. So again, it's only a difference of 2 k's an hour. That's about 1.5 miles an hour difference. And it is enough to unseat you. So there we go. Actually, hang on a minute. Look at that. 39.441 is his ultimate time there. So he ended up beating Wilson by a couple of hundredths of a second. I wasn't quite expecting that.
I kind of saw it coming, because as that run was progressing, I was watching the track temperature. It was going down. Started that run off at about 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and it tracked all the way down to 107 at the very end. It jumped back up a little bit for this next car, which is Christian Challenger. And This will be our sampling of the Mega Sim Racing team in this Fast 6. What is there to say about Christian Challenger? Multi-time Major Series champion in multiple regions, former Coke Series professional driver on the eNASCAR side. What can this man not do on this sim?
Yeah, indeed. He's also one of the guys responsible for the default setups in iRacing as well. His first lap is a 39.2. Oh my lord, that is a stonking time there. And if it's that fast and he's able to maintain the pace, maybe the time won't bleed off as much as we were expecting. The track has gone back up 1 degree Celsius, up at 43 right now. But crucially, Challenger started his run when the track was still cooler at the very least. So let's see what he can do from here.
The second lap will be the big indicator that I would be looking at. The track has gone back up to where it was before, 39.308, still within the 229s on the speed. This is going to be an absolute blinder of a run.
Yeah, this is a really good run that Christian Challenger's on right now. We'll see if he can carry forward this pace. He's like you say, Lynn, he's done so much on iRacing. He's good in just about every single kind of car. You put him in anything, he will be fast. Let's see what he can do here on lap 3. He's tracking for another 39.3. Let's see if he can bring that down any on the run up to the line. He's going to stay in the 39.3s. This is certainly the run that we were expecting from Christian Challenger. It's looking excellent so far. The track has come up again to 44 degrees Celsius, so this lap might not be as quick as the others, but I think Challenger's done enough.
And the big thing to keep in mind is with those really good initial laps, you can fall off quite a bit. And we saw this earlier today in real qualifying, that fourth lap may not necessarily be the best, but it's just enough to maintain what you earn. As we get to the finish line right here, we get the final average straight to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. 39.3. That is a solid 10th on Trevor Vavrovsky. Brilliant stuff from Christian Challenger. Really love what he's doing here, and he'll certainly be staking his claim for the top. Let's see what Chris Wilhite can do then in this brilliant purple machine. Of course, his pre-qualifying speed, 225.349 miles an hour. Let's see if he can try and match that here on what is still quite a warm track. The temperature still hovering at 44 degrees, so he's starting hot. Let's see what he can do.
The last time we saw Wilhite was in this year's Intimidator race, finishing 5th in that run at the very end before all of that mayhem occurred. But lap number 1, looking okay so far, I think, at least in 3 and 4, a good, decent arc. Gonna be looking down at his dash, probably adjusting his weight jacker back up, and he's gonna start off with the 39.316. It's gonna be very difficult to hold on to the front row, I would say, at this point, if the average falls off, but he's gonna be a solid top 2 right here, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if he can hold on to this pace. The track temperature has not changed at all. I think fortune smiled on Christian Challenger there, starting his run when the track was 2 degrees cooler. It allowed him to get his average off to a good start. I'm keeping an eye on Wilhite's car in turn 4 there. I saw a little bit of wiggling in it. The front end was kind of hesitating to grip up, or maybe it was the rear end threatening to give way. 39.39 on the second lap here for Chris Wilhite. He's pushing hard.
And a little wiggle at these speeds right here means you're bleeding off speed. Still at a 3.90, but that average is basically going to be dead on right now with Challenger. He can't afford to run any slower if he wants a shot at the front row, but we'll see. The track is coming back down ever so slightly, but it may be too little too late on that front. Oh, that car is not happy in turn 4, I would say.
No, certainly doesn't look right there. End of lap 3, we did see a cloud coming over the circuit, so that might have helped him a little, but we'll have to wait and see on that. 376 k's an hour on the way into turn 1. That's some of the fastest speeds we've seen so far, but I think he's just losing too much time in the turns. The tires are really struggling.
Yeah, if you heat up either rear tire too much and they get unhappy, it will want to snap around on you and bite. And that's very difficult to hang on to in turn 4. It may be the run up to the finish, but as we saw earlier today, that's when disaster can strike. Coming to the line at the very end, we get a result of 39.467. That's last of the 4, I believe, that have run so far.
Yeah, slowest so far, but only 0.005 of a second slower average than Alan Wilson. So there's a lot of potential for Will Height to come back in the race session. Now we turn our attention to Kevin Hill, who's been looking mighty quick in pre-qualifying. Certainly going to be looking forward to this one. Could be top 2 pace here. Let's see what he can do in the Evolve Sim Sports number 52. The track's still hovering at 43 degrees Celsius, solid middle ground between the coolest and the hottest that we've seen in the Fast 6 so far. Let's see what his first lap ends up being here. It looks like he's not carrying as much speed as he could into the turns here. He was only hitting about 372 on the way into turn 4. We've seen speeds much higher than that at the end of the straights.
It looked like he was frame perfect in turns 1 and 2, but as you say, you got to carry the speed, and that first lap is a 39.373, already slower than Challenger. Don't think it's going to happen for the 3-time John King Legends champion Kevin Hill, but it's still the Fast 6, so there's still 500 miles left to go after this qualifying session.
Yeah, indeed. Fast 6 is not the be-all, end-all. It's about how you race around others, how you tackle the 500 miles, 200 laps of Indianapolis Motor Speedway yet to come tonight or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. It's just coming up to 8:30 a.m. for me here in Perth, Western Australia. But it's 39.396 for Kevin Hill on his second lap, third lap now on the cards here. And he's been very aggressive with the apron in turn 3 here. I don't know if that's going to grant him any more speed. I mean, I'm just looking at that speed creeping up, and it's not reaching the heights that we've seen from the likes of Christian Challoner and Alan Wilson.
And that's a challenge with the setup. Could be any number of factors that can result in not being able to achieve the top speed that you want to see. But near as I can tell, it's worked out so far okay for Kevin Hill. I mean, yes, he's falling off to a 39.508 for lap number 2, but keeping within a couple of thousands for those first 2 laps is still a impressive technical achievement.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, I can't even begin to comprehend the myriad setup changes you can make in an Indy car to get extra speed out of it. You know, do you run 6th gear a little bit shorter to run the revs a bit higher, have it more in the power band? Or, you know, do you do something with the suspension? Do you trim out the rear wing for a bit more rotation in the corners? Do you trim out the front wing a bit if the rear end is too Larry? Well, his average is in, and it's a 39.456 there for Kevin Hill. Top 3 as things stand.
With the final car left to go, this is Fernando Borda making their major series debut in this particular event. Starting off with a bold statement, getting the fastest time in the Pacific region at a 2:25.44. Oh, did he touch the wall? I think he touched the wall, and if that is the case, then that will be a run invalidation. He'll go from first all the way to 6th.
Yeah, I just took a look at it again on my end. It looks like he had to lift out of the throttle there coming out of turn 1, so that's already not gotten this run off to a good start. He'll have to try and get some of that pace back, but the track is still warm. There have been no temperature drops, no clouds coming over the circuit. There is nothing helping Fernando Borda right now. The lap does count, 39.54, and you saw just how close he was to hitting the wall. He just had to back out of the throttle, and that's the worst thing you can do around this place.
But he kept the run alive. It is just a 39.541, but now that he knows that the track is going to bite him, it's the hottest that it's ever been in this session thus far. He'll at least be able to pick back up. He'll probably be able to claw out a 3, maybe a 4. He should be able to salvage at least a decent run out of this.
Yeah, potentially struggling for understeer in turn 1, though. Hopefully the last 2 laps of the run are with him. Down to a 39.3 here. I think that's the one of the first times that we've seen an improvement on the second lap. And again, it seems like he's so close to catching the wall coming out of turn 1, and that's an early turn out from turn 2 there. I don't know, Fernando Borda, this is turning out to be quite an interesting run.
It's interesting in more ways than one. Near as I could tell, he is trying to steer his way out of it in exit of turn 1. But as you saw with lap number 1, having to get out of that throttle ever so slightly just burns off enough speed where his average is now at about a 39.4. That was a 4.63 that last lap. Able to get it around turn 1 for the final time on lap number 4. There's so many 1s and 4s running around here. It's what has the count lost track of his numbers? Perhaps, I don't know.
Maybe. Well, what counts is number 4, and that is the lap that Fernando Borda is on. And it just seems like the corners coming off the straights here are the places where he's weakest, but he'll bring that time home, and it'll be a 39.6 on the final lap. The average is going to be a 39.505. Oh man, that is far from the heights that he reached in pre-qualifying. So that is your Fast 6 done there. Christian Challoner will start on pole position for the Majors Speedway 500 for 2024, a 10th ahead of Trevor Vavrovsky. Hill and Wilson will be on the second row, and Wilhite and Borda taking up row 3. Still really impressive to see the very tight spread between these 6 drivers, Lynn, less than 2/10 covering them.
The thing that I'm noticing is that Challenger able to pull away all by himself in his own zip code, essentially in the 3s, but everybody else very close together. So in this Fast 6, as it'll be anywhere else, that it's going to be a game of inches, and we've proven that this is a very entertaining format, I would think.
Yeah, indeed. I really love the Fast 6. It's one of my favorite parts of an Indy 500 and a Major Speedway 500 weekend. Well, before we take a little breather here on SimSpeed TV, this is the setup for the race. 200 laps, 500 miles, of course. If you're in metric land, 805 kilometers, 805,000 meters yet to be covered. Unlimited tire sets, no green, white, checkered, no lucky dog. It is the Indy 500, baby. You either finish on the lead lap or you're gone.
And if you fall behind early, it is a very difficult trudge to get back up there. I can think back a couple of years when I've run the Speedway 500. Getting into trouble early is like the worst feeling in the world. You fall behind, you have to basically gamble on your pit strategy just to get back up there. And it could be the most frustrating time, but it could also be the most joyous time if you get to the front at just the right moment, as we saw last year, 4 wide finish. I don't know if we can get that again this year, but we'll give it a whirl, I think.
Yeah, I think we definitely will. It's going to be a fun night or morning of racing, depending on where you are on the globe here on SimSpeed TV. The Majors Speedway 500 is yet to come. We're going to step aside briefly and catch you again very soon for the 500-mile spectacular. Stay with us.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV Round 5 of the Majors Series for 2024. We're here in the Pacific region for the Speedway 500 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We saw a very entertaining, intriguing Fast 6 session just about 20 minutes ago. Now we get into the 200-lap, 500-mile spectacular that absolutely made waves last year. Of course, once again, we are switching from the Dallara IR01 back to the IR18 now that IndyCar and the Indy 500 are back on the iRacing service. We can broadcast these cars again. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner. Lynn Kinchelow is with me in the comms box, and we'll have Scott Rankin joining us later on to make it a thruple, I suppose, in the commentary box here. Jay Kennedy, of course, is behind the scenes pressing all the buttons and bringing you these live pictures. Currently in the warm-up session right now, Lynn, and we've had a bit of a chat in the interim about what the weather conditions are like. It's basically a tale of two kinds of conditions here. We've got 98 degree Fahrenheit track, so reasonably warm, but it's very cloudy over the circuit at the moment, and the air temp is quite high too.
It's kind of a perfect storm of like everything that could happen has happened. In testing, we have found that this is about the air temperature when you will start to consider overheating in the engine compartment. The engine is pretty robust. It gets up to operating temperature around 230, 250 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's a very narrow window from going there to the overheating at 270. But on the flip side, the track is still cold enough to where once the track starts rubbering in, I think we're going to see a pack race breakout. So it's going to be a tale of two races here right now with the currently overcast conditions. It's going to suppress the track temperature. They're going to be glued to the road as they go further along. But if there's breaks in the clouds and we see sunshine here, the race will dramatically shift in a hurry.
Yeah, certainly will. Cold track temps, as you've alluded to, tend to initiate pack racing, but with the weather conditions being what they are, and it being easy to overheat the cars, we're likely going to see plenty of drivers pulling out of the draft as much as they can to get some cool air running over the radiators. Well, if the sun does end up coming out, then it's going to become a bit more of an aero race. We're going to be seeing drivers not be able to get too close to each other, and it'll all come down to tire management, fuel saving, and the like. That's why we love racing for 500 miles at Indianapolis. There's so many factors that go into the race, and the drivers that can surmount all of those challenges are the ones who come out on top.
You said it exactly, Reese. This is a 500-mile race, as we see one of the Fusion cars have a little bit of a mishap entering pit road.
Righto.
It's a pure sprint from here on out. There are full course cautions enabled, which automatically deploy if a car gets more than 90 degrees sideways on the racing surface and somebody happens to pass on by. Barney does not like that. He will trade in that green flag in his hand for a caution flag, slow the field down. But other than that, it is going to be an absolute sprint. It is just one segment the whole way through. And in terms of pit strategy, going about anywhere from 29 to 34 laps on a tank of fuel. You want to go on that further side, if you can manage it, to be able to shave one whole pit stop off. Look at the rules right there again. We have unlimited Firestone Firehawk tires at our disposal right here, but it's IndyCar rules. There is no free pass available, and there is no green, white, checkered, although there is always the possibility of that one-lap shootout like we saw last year in real life. And everybody has a spare car in the holder available should they need it, but you have to keep in mind, this vehicle is one of the selections in the iRacing catalog that will not let you repair it if you sustain too much damage. And if you don't have that spare car enabled to take on that pit stop and it decides you're done, you can't get the spare car off the trailer.
Yeah, indeed. The drivers will have to be well aware of that. Another big element is, of course, not using the spare car too early. Of course, the Majors Series supports a charity in every single round. Once again, this round we are supporting Folds of Honor, a charity that has existed since 2007, meeting sacrifice with hope, providing life-changing scholarships to the spouses and children of America's fallen or disabled military, and now their mission is expanding to the families of America's first responders. Brilliant to see that kind of support for the families of those who really give it all in service of humanity. Go to foldsofhonor.org to check them out and lend your support if you are able. Drivers in the Majors Series can buy extra qualifying laps and pre-qualifying if they so wish, and all of the proceeds go to the supported charity. But of course, it is open to lending support from spectators and drivers who don't buy extra qualifying laps as well. Once again, foldsofhonor.org. Brilliant stuff once again from the Majors Series. So, last 10 minutes of the warm-up session before the race. Just under 8 minutes left to go. And we're seeing quite a few fast times already being set here. Not quite as quick as what we've seen in the Fast Six. The drivers, of course, have their race setups on now. It's not all about getting the best average over a 4-lap solo qualifying run where the drivers are absolutely trimming the heck out of these cars. Now, we've got a little bit more downforce on the cars. We've got a little bit more stability in the corners.
Yep, and the other thing is you don't have as much boost from the turbocharger as you do in qualifying. It's been tuned back a little bit. You're only going to see lap times around the 40 seconds on average. And if you look at the cars closely, there is a little bit more aerodynamic appendages attached to the front wing. There's a little wicker on the back of the front wings that have been extended from just a little bit, so you can see a real good look right here going across that entire flat surface instead of just a little bit halfway down the plane. So there's a little bit more front downforce. Should be able to keep the cars front and back nice and tight, but at the same time I'm also looking at the inlets for the radiators on the side. And near as I can tell, everybody is running the 70% cutoff, which will put everybody essentially in the same boat in terms of heating later on.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit more blockage of air coming to the engine. That'll decrease the drag of the cars, give you a little bit extra straight line speed. But if you are running in a pack like this, or even more cars involved in the early stages of the race, you won't want to be running behind other cars for too long, otherwise your engine will overheat. Kevin Hill doing very well in the Fast Six at the moment. Ryan McGreevy, one of the drivers to scrape through in bump qualifying to decide the final 8 spots on the 33-car grid. There's a lot of drivers here with a lot to play for. The Speedway 500 is one of the marquee events of the Majors season, and everyone wants to win it.
Exactly, Reese. This is one of our 4 Crown Jewel events alongside the Intimidator race, our Daytona 500, the Majors 24, which is the next event on the calendar. Not a points-paying race, but a crown jewel nevertheless. And then we will round it off with a Formula Majors event, which is a full-distance Grand Prix at the end of the season. And this year, we'll be taking it to the recently repaved and rescanned Circuit Zandvoort. Should be an interesting round. Car to be determined. And speaking of cars to be determined, we do have the wildcard event upcoming in a couple of rounds, just after the summer break. Most likely featuring this IR18 again, but we'll see.
Indeed, we shall. The wildcard event is going to be I believe, a different car track combo for each individual region. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how things work out there. The major series, of course, has been around for a very long time now, and it's gained a very well-deserved reputation as one of iRacing's finest leagues. You know, there aren't many leagues out there like this that go for a different car track combo, emulating a different event every single round. It really tests drivers' versatility, and of course, drivers will be competing for the Mario Andretti Trophy at the end of the season, celebrating Mario Andretti's versatility in almost all kinds of race car. And certainly in sim racing, you can jump in just about any car you want, at any track you want, at any time. And there's a lot of versatile drivers in this series. So let's see who comes away with the spoils in our version of the Indianapolis 500.
And something else to keep in mind with the majors, we allow every driver that who completes a practice regimen and he makes a pre-qualifying attempt, you get to join a grid for any particular round. I'm going to be a little bit selfish and say that I think we've done very well this particular year. We have 3 splits in each region, both Pacific and Atlantic. So over 200 drivers have managed to sign up, turn the required laps, got themselves on a grid, and I would say it's a rip-roaring success this year.
Yeah, I reckon exactly the same, Lynn. We've had great turnouts at every single round so far this season. This is one of the drivers who's making their debut in this round. Fernando Borda absolutely exploded onto the scene with the fastest average speed in pre-qualifying for the Speedway 500, has qualified at the back end of the Fast 6, so we'll be starting in 6th place on the grid, but considering Fernando's pace, I'm expecting very big things from him come race time.
And that's another challenge that the majors provides, not only for the one-offs to be able to come in and go for the glory, it's also a challenge for the series regulars. Not only are you having to contest against the same competitors week in and week out, but you also get these essentially ringers that will come in that are really good at this one car and track combo, coming up, racing at the front of the pack, giving you a bit of a wild card every round, not just the official wild card round, but there's a lot of competition throughout this full field.
Yeah, plenty of competition indeed. I mean, looking at the practice times, obviously the 455 of Duncan McCamick setting a 39.263. That's 0.8 faster than the rest of the field. That is certainly a draft lap time, but you look further back and you see that the field spread is incredibly tight. There's so much competition in the Speedway 500. All 33 of the drivers that are starting this race have the opportunity to win it if the cards fall their way. Just in the final minute of the warm-up session now, and we'll very soon be able to get going in this race. Just getting their final preparations in, practicing pit entry, incredibly important. Green flag pit stops are often a factor in the Indy 500.
Absolutely, and you want to get that right because it's a 60-mile-an-hour pit road speed limit around this track, and if you get just a couple of miles an hour over on the entry to pit road, you don't get a timing line to save your skin right there. you will get a speeding ticket, and it will be a very harmful pass-through penalty that will almost assuredly put you a lap down.
Yeah, indeed. Got to be very careful on pit entry. And these cars obviously have the brake bias turned all the way forward just for stability on the way into the pits with the skewed oval setups that you have to run around Indianapolis to get the maximum speed out of these cars. Well, we switch over to the race session and we can officially go through the grid for the Speedway 500 Round 5 the Major Series of 2024. Christian Challoner will start on pole position with Trevor Vavrovsky joining him on the front row. And it's going to be behind them, Kevin Hill starting alongside Alan Wilson III. Chris Wilhite and Fernando Borda will round out the Fast Six. And then we go back to Nathan Medina, who's had a really good run there in the Evolve Sim Sports number 6. Same for Aussie Mil Wayne as well. Evolve have come ready to fight. Even David Gargaro Jr. is going to start in the top 10 there, alongside Mega Racing Team's Brenton Foster.
Continuing on into row number 6, we see Lawrence Shaughnessy also returning from the Intimidator race alongside Jordan Bazuli in the Evolve Sim Sports. I believe that is their Canadian outfit. Justin Morton lines up alongside Riley Thompson, driving for the Fusion team. I believe this is a returning effort on his front. I haven't seen him in a few races, but carrying on, we will see Duncan McCamick putting up that cheeky little time and warm-up, probably turning up the boost a little bit, alongside newcomer Andrew S. Lewis in that Brian Clausen tribute liveried helmet. Austin O'Neill and Joseph Homan will take position 17 and 18. In the back, continuing on, Bevan Moyes, another ringer, alongside Luke Santos, always shows up for these Speedway 500s and is usually always a threat at the end of the event.
Indeed he is. Christian Abate is going to start the Mega Racing Team 09 alongside Kingsman Racing's Jake Fox, Majors veteran by this point. Same for Wayne Hutchison as well for Dog Bear Racing Team. Robert Northwaite, privateer from New Zealand. He's had plenty of success in the Majors series over the years. Let's see what the Kiwi can do, coming out of 24th place. Gavin Barber for Middle Finger Racing, starting alongside Dallas Pataska. Barber just scraping in there and beating his teammate Daniel Stevens into the top split. Then we move to Tom Abramadis and Phil Otto, starting 27th and 28th. Julian Mookie and Robert Deloach are going to round out the top 30. Only 3 more cars to go through here. Jason Lottridge and Nick Kuhn on the 16th row, and Brian McGreevy all on his lonesome on the final row here. So we get ready to start the Speedway 500 here. The formation lap is complete. The iRacing pace car will enter the pit lane, and Christian Challoner will wait for the call of the green flag. The championship leader starts from pole position, and we are away in the Speedway 500. A poor getaway from Christian Challoner. Vavrovsky is going to lead in turn 1 for Evolve Sim Sports. Alan Wilson moving into second. We already got a spinner. Kevin Hill off into the apron. The caution is out, and the number 52 is damaged. Hill got into the Fast Six, and his race has gotten off to a disastrous start.
The key thing for Hill, though, he may have gotten loose. He may have spun out, but all 4 wheels are still up on that racing machine. He'll be able to drive all the way around and not have to take a tow. He's going to have to burn his faster pair almost assuredly to start this event, and that's going to put him in a hole, but he's still in this. And we said it before the race, you got to stay in it to win it.
Yeah, exactly right. But the thing is, for Hill, he's going to want to drive like a grandma for the rest of the race now. Needs to avoid all kinds of contact. So we saw that fantastic start from Pavrovsky and Wilson. Challoner just didn't seem to have the power there off the start, and it looks like Hill just caught the apron in turn 1. Tires are cold, and obviously on a track that's a lot cooler than what we saw in the Fast Six session, that's not ideal.
Might have just gotten behind a little bit on his adjustments. And also, at the same time, if you haven't driven a pace lap before, you may not know exactly how cold it is going to be. Probably just wiped out ever so slightly and have to see that car going straight to the pits.
Yeah, unfortunate that the rear end got so loose. Well, under caution conditions here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and well, the ball is currently in Trevor Vavrovsky's court right now. Dallas Pataska, it seems, had a bit of a poor start himself. It seems like he started from the pit lane, which I find interesting. I'm not too sure why that was the case. Maybe he missed the start unintentionally. Maybe he decided to start from the pits on purpose to avoid any dramas on lap 1. But regardless, there's no lucky dog in IndyCar racing. So Pataska's going to have it all cut out for him here.
But he is sitting at the tail end of the lead lap, and he's in between the pace car and the leader, so I think the system is going to let him yeah. So you see Pataska, he's sitting in the pits and he starts rolling. So I'm guessing he just stayed behind the pace car right here as it came out almost immediately. So there you go. He's stuck behind the pace car. Essentially, he's on the tail end of the lead lap. I would imagine that the sim will wave him around because it would be very unusual to be stuck right there as a lap down car.
Yeah, certainly would. We'll get confirmation of that very soon. See if Pataska is indeed waved around. Just not great timing for him, really. He was thinking, okay, I'll just start out of pit lane and have a nice calm start to this race, and the pace car pulls in but never actually stops at the end of pit lane. So Kevin Hill confirmed used his fast repair in the pit stop that he just took. So we'll see now as Pataska gets waved around the pace car what Kevin Hill will be able to do here. Having already used up his spare car here, he is mired back in the field right now, 33rd and last, and right in the middle of the pack.
Another thing to keep in mind, the IndyCar rule set allows lap cars to maintain their track position under caution up until 10 laps to go. It's still only lap 3, so Kevin Hill managed to cycle out in about, I want to say, 9th or 10th in line, so having started up front, there's definitely a chance that he could work his way back up and unlap himself the hard way, or maybe take advantage of getting a little bit of gas on that pit stop, probably stretch the next pit cycle out, get a couple of laps that way, maybe get a lucky caution, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows indeed. It's still very early runnings here in the Majors Speedway 500. Lights are off on the pace car, so we're going to be getting a restart at the end of this lap. And once again, as per the IndyCar rule set, restarts are single file. Let's see then what kind of run Trevor Vavrovsky will get here. You see them all running high in turns 3 and 4 on the way to the line. They want to try and keep as much pace in those tires as possible. And on the gas early, Trevor Vavrovsky goes. The green flag flies and we are back to racing on lap 4. Let's see how long the drivers survive before the next caution. Hopefully we get a nice green flag run going to start this race. It is already on here between Fernando Borda and Chris Wilhite for 4th place. Wilhite running a little bit high there, dipping out of the draft and the dirty air coming through the turns, and he's taken great advantage of it. Will draft straight past Fernando Borda and up into the top 4, and it looks like he is charging at the moment. Christian Challoner, Trevor Vavrovsky, and Alan Wilson currently all fighting in the top 3. Wilson has moved to the lead versus Vavrovsky, but Trevor is going to come right back at him here at the end of the 5th lap. But round the outside at turn 1 is difficult to do at the best of times, and I'm seeing Wilson getting a little twitchy there down low.
The thing that I needed to see right there, Vavrovsky as the leader was a sit and duck on the backstretch, but at the line right there, dead even before lap number 5. And he's holding tough right there on the outside. track is still very grippy, just up to 114 degrees track temperature. It's kind of cycled over to that aero fight scenario, but he's going to slide back into second place, crossing back over to the yard of bricks. Does he get the run to take the lead on this lap? Yes, he will.
All right, leading by less than a half a car length there as they make their way across that yard of bricks. Just incredible stuff. The speeds that you see around here. Kevin Hill is already making tracks here. He's back in the pack a lap down, and he's taken advantage of the draft. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, as there's another lead change up front. Alan Wilson moving back ahead of Trevor Vavrovsky, but it's on for fourth as well. I mentioned that Chris Wilhite was on a charge. Look at him. He's up the inside of Challoner at turn 4.
The thing is that he was side by side on the exit of the corner, and that is not optimal if you want to take the position by the start finish line. He's going to go to the inside, entering turn number 1 right here, and he's going to hold the position right there. Has to back out a little bit, not getting all of the air and the room necessary to move up that position, but he'll take another run at it right here. You want to be behind the guy exiting the corner, so that way you can draft right behind. But he's not going to be able to get right there. I wonder if Challenger is a little more trimmed out than everybody else.
Yeah, I get that feeling too. He's running a higher line in the turns, but he's able to maintain the pace. The tidal line down low for Wilhite just doesn't seem to be working, and he is getting some momentum on the straights, but he can't take advantage of it into the turns. See if Challoner, now that Wilhite isn't attacking as hard now, see if Challoner will be able to catch up to Wilson and Bobrovsky, who seem to have settled in a rhythm there in the top 2.
And more likely, that is a tactical decision by Wilson. Still going to take a shot at it. They're going to be side by side going into the corner, and just Bobrovsky wisely gives up the position. I imagine this is a bit of a competition moment. If you lift entering the corner, you'll be able to save quite a bit of fuel. And then if you run behind a guy and you set your fuel mapping down a little bit from anywhere from 3 to 5, you'll be able to save anywhere from a couple of thousandths to a tenth of a gallon of fuel per lap.
Side by side, meanwhile, looks like Shaughnessy and Gargaro trading spots there for 11th place. Is also fighting behind from Justin Morton and Andrew Lewis. We're starting to see some moves being made in the pack here. Justin Morton has had plenty of success in the majors himself, and he's going to try and line up one of the evolved cars here of Gargaro. Shaughnessy actually in the slipstream of the two ahead of him, Nathan Medina and Riley Thompson, and starting to drive away. So sitting duck at the moment is David Gargaro, and can Justin Morton get it done at turn 1? It's so difficult to get a pass done here, and Morton squeezed a little to the inside there, has to stay behind. Andrew Lewis is now right there in the battle for 12th.
It is so difficult to keep the car gripped up down there, especially if you can't clear the guy on the outside. The instinct for the driver is to want to drift up, but if there's something physically blocking you, like another car, then you're going to have to make discretion the better part of valor, back out of it, try to take another run at it some other time.
Yeah, now what do you do? As there's a move for second in turn 1, Christian Challoner getting up the inside of Trevor Bobrovsky. But look at that, once again, inside line through the turns. Challoner seems to be struggling down there too. Early on in the race here, it's looking like having the high line is absolutely perfect for you. And now, taking advantage as Chris Wilhite, he's going to move up ahead of Challoner, but he loses all the pace there in the middle of turn 3.
He got directly behind Bobrovsky right there, and that just took all of the air off the front wing. Had to back out of it, and when you lift, the car has a tendency to drift to the high side, and Challenger was right there, but expert driving from both of them to avoid a collision.
Problems for David Gargaro, meanwhile. It looks like he's had trouble out of turn 4, and it's allowed Morton and Lewis by him into 12th and 13th. Plenty of battles going on all through the field at the moment, and we still have 32 cars on the lead lap. Keep an eye out for Kevin Hill, though, the 1 car a lap down. He is fast, and he'll certainly try and strategize his way back to the top. Currently, Alan Wilson is the one leading the race, and the battle for second between Vavrovsky, Challoner, and Wilhite will certainly go on for a while. Talk about the battle for the lead, actually. Here comes Vavrovsky, getting the lead back from Wilson, and like you mentioned earlier, Lynn, it's co-opetition between these two. Challoner keeps trying to have runs at them, but it seems like Wilhite is playing his own game here, and that's just allowing Wilson and Vavrovsky to work together, try and build a gap over the championship leader.
It's a 2 versus 1 situation. Wilhite and Wilson are in the same team/alliance compared to Challoner running for the Mega Team and Vavrovsky for Evolve. Neither of them have allies close by at the moment, but that could always change later on as they get about, I want to say about a half a second breakaway off of 5th place Fernando Morta, having started in the 6th position. Look at this little cluster right here.
Yeah, this is looking interesting. This is once again the battle for 11th. Lawrence Shaughnessy there, and Kevin Hill, the lap down car, trying to make himself a factor in all of this. He's trying to stay with these guys, save a bit of fuel, stick in the draft, maybe get some track position as well if he's able to. Ducks out from behind Lawrence Shaughnessy, who lifts heavily into turn 3, and that has absolutely cleaned up Justin Morton. There's a secondary crash, Duncan McCamick into the wall. That was a huge incident. I have no idea what happened to McCamick. Oh, wow.
And he's still getting collected in incidents. He has no choice but to tow. I think he had 3 or 4 wheels knocked off of that machine, but we'll have to go back and look at the replay. I think Shaughnessy was trying to back way out of it, but just like on the interstate, if you don't have enough of a gap to do it, then bad things will start to happen. Oh, yeah, when we look at this replay, it's a bad chain reaction crash right there.
Oh, it absolutely is. So McCamick in the yellow car in the background here sees this incident happen ahead of him. Morton gets into the wall, and then McCamick, he was slowing down to try and negotiate the incident. He got absolutely pile-drived by Luke Santos, and that unfortunately just compounded when the other car came through. Such a shame there for Duncan McCamick. He was doing the right thing, and he got absolutely crucified for it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything more you can do in that situation if you're the McCamick car. As we see, Justin Morton is trying his darndest not to take the ride on the tow truck, limping that thing around, 3 wheels on the wagon.
Yeah.
It looks like it has 4, but that left rear tire is not attached very well.
No, that can't be too fun to drive there, not to mention losing both front and rear downforce. So this is the onboard here from O'Neill here. McCamick lifting off there. Santos gets into him, and looks like Austin O'Neill was able to negotiate that one cleanly. The heavens just opened, and he drove on through. And look at that, the majority of our field is pitting. Look at that. Oh, just about everyone has come into the pit lane. Sorry to cut you off there, Lynn. It seems like Robert Northway, pitting 2 laps ago, has jumped into the lead of the race, while just about everyone else has decided to come into pit lane for their first stop.
Going back and looking at Northway, seeing how he managed to achieve this, it looks like he just made a decision to jump into the pits. Oh, so he must have collected some damage at some point. He had to make the pit stop, but he didn't cause a caution, although I think some of the other cars, McCamick and Morton, would have wanted to see a caution there, but fortune favors the lucky sometimes, and Northway has found himself the beneficiary of essentially a free pit stop to cycle his way all the way to the front.
Yeah, indeed. This has ended up working out perfectly for Robert Northway. Imagine being in his position. Oh no, I've got some damage. I'm going to have to come in and take my spare car. That's going to put me on the back foot for the rest of the race. What do you mean there's a caution and everyone else has decided to pit? Oh, I'm in the lead? Great.
And sometimes that's what you need. He started 24th in this event, just barely getting ahead of the bump qualifying situation, but now with this opportunity to get to the front, let's see if he's able to hang on to this position as we see one car in the backfield. I think that's Joseph Holman coming in to top off on fuel. He's going to be playing a pit strategy game later on.
Yep, trying to extend the run as much as possible here when we go back to green flag racing. Of course, everyone is going to be on their caution fuel map right now, running as lean as possible, use as little fuel as you can, but you're still using fuel. And I think Homan doing a very smart thing here, coming into pit lane and getting it done there with a 4.1 second stop just to top off the tank. So we're on lap 18 now, and lights are off on the pace car. We're going to be getting our second restart of the race here with Robert Northway in the lead. Christian Challoner, meanwhile, has managed to jump Alan Wilson in the pit stop. Chris Wilhite up into 4th spot. Our former leader, Trevor Vavrovsky, meanwhile, down to P6. This is where the damage came from for Northway. So we slow it right down, and oh, he just bangs the side of the, is that the number 39 there? Don't know if I was misreading that number, but yeah, Robert Northway just getting a little bit of front right suspension damage, and unfortunately he is going to have to make this car last for the rest of the race. He won't want any damage at all, but what is he going to come up against? Restarting this race in the lead with the championship leader right behind him. Northway gets on the power, and the green flag flies once again at Indianapolis. We're going to be seeing Challoner and Wilson battle hard over second. Northway getting a good gap here, but now the speed builds up and the slipstream will come to Christian Challoner. This is the chance that he needs to try and gain a gap.
And what Challoner is looking for, he wants to be able to clear Northway as soon as possible. He's going to take this opportunity right here, right now, dives to the inside, entering turn number 3. He's going to clear Northway for the lead in the position, able to maintain that spot. And now he has a buffer with Northway being a wild card in between Wilson and Wilhite. The two team cars getting back together again, just like they were at the Intimidator.
Indeed, here comes Wilson. Northway now back to 3rd, coming into turn 1, and Wilson's going to try for the lead here versus Christian Challoner, but again, still early runnings in the race, and the high line is where you want to be. Bit more pace being gained through the corners, but seems like this time Wilson's not losing out as much as we've seen drivers on the inside in the early laps. So let's see what he can do here. He's going to try and keep it side by side for the lead. Meanwhile, Chris Wilhite in the slipstream of Robert Northway taking advantage. Will try and move himself up into the top 3. Wilson completes the move on Challoner through turn 4. And once again, we have a new race leader. But Challoner's going to draw alongside here across the yard of bricks. Wilson led the race by 16 thousandths of a second at the end of that lap.
These guys are just going to be swapping back and forth. More importantly, they're breaking away from Northway. The gap is up to about 0.2 of a second. That may not seem like a lot, but it is an eternity in an IndyCar. They go back again side by side for the lead, allows Northway to close up. Wilson back to the front again, and near as I could tell, this is going to be the running order for the time being.
Yeah, I think Wilson and Challoner will just be swapping in the lead for now. You know, try to keep Northway behind and try and gain a gap over everyone else that they can manage if there's a long green flag run. But right now, everyone's still too close together for them to make that effective. Fastest lap goes to Andrew Lewis, who's down in 10th place right now. He's right in the middle of that draft train, gaining so much speed. This time, Wilson stays behind Challoner. He's going to try and go again in turn 1, potentially, or maybe he's decided to dial the fuel mixture back a little bit and try and save here in the draft. It doesn't look like Northway is going to be much of a threat here. He's going to have to deal with Wilhite for the top 3.
As we see in both pairs go side by side again, and the overtakes are both successful. Wilson back to the front, Wilhite's to P3, and at the moment, I don't know if Challoner is going to attempt this again, or they're just going to keep swapping the lead back and forth. It looks like he's going to go for it again, right back on the inside, able to clear him. If we keep this up for a while, if you think about it in the long run, Challoner is swapping on the wrong end of the track. He's swapping going into 3. That means he's on the defensive going into the start-finish line. That'll be the crucial thing coming to the end of the race.
It will. Lead changes again coming across the line, and it looks like Will Height's been able to stick with these guys. The top three breaking away from the field. Northway and Fernando Borda currently round out the top five. It is on, meanwhile, for Brenton Foster, who's just made the move there on Trevor Vavrovsky, the driver who started on the front row and lost out in the pit cycle there. Vavrovsky was 2 seconds slower than Foster on pit road, 4 seconds slower than Challoner. He lost out a lot under that caution. But lead switches again. Right now, Robert Northway is the driver with the most positions gained. That is, of course, due to him using his spare car just before the caution came out. He didn't have to pit under that caution. Look at the track temperature, though. Remember, it started out at 38 degrees Celsius. It is already up to 49. The track is getting hot, and this is where we're going to start seeing those aero battles you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, the track is absolutely scorching right now. And some of the cars, if you haven't been running these temperatures late in the 6-hour practice sessions throughout the week, your car may not be optimized for these conditions right now. You're going to have a hard time getting up through the field, as we see this battle right here. Lewis able to overtake Vavrovsky for position number 8. And as you can see, Vavrovsky has to immediately dive up to the high side to be able to have enough air on the front wing to be able to make the corner.
Yeah, if you're stuck behind someone trying to run the low line through the turns, all you're going to do is understeer, scrub the fronts. You don't want that this early on in the stint. Christian Challoner continuing to hold on to the lead here from Alan Wilson. And, well, he's not going to hold on any longer. Another switch for the lead coming into the first turn here. And Challoner will stick about a car's width up from the bottom. Gets a little bit of extra downforce from that. We need to keep an eye out for Chris Wilhite. He's got a lot to play for here. Started in 5th place. He was aggressive early on. It's paying off for him for now. He's sitting in the top 3 positions, and he's watching the leaders duke it out ahead of him. He is gaining steadily. On board with Robert Northway on the replay. Round the outside went Andrew Lewis, I believe. That was a fantastic maneuver there, and that just goes to show how much extra downforce you are getting running the high line.
Not only running the high line, being able to get more velocity off the corner, but you're also getting clean air. I'm looking back at the statistics over on Grip TV, and I'm looking at the lap times in the back of the field. All the fastest cars at the moment are all at the front. Everyone in the back is having to work with dirty air. They're running anywhere from 0.5 to 0.7 of a second lap slower, so that allows these leaders to slowly break away. Last car on the lead lap currently is Joseph Oman. He's 13.8 seconds back of the leaders. Still also trying that alternate fuel strategy, but it's going to be a long way to go.
Yeah, it is. We did see Homan tour through the pits under caution 2 times to top off the fuel tank. He'll be able to go a couple laps longer, likely. So we'll see how that works out for him if the race stays green. If it's a caution, then I would expect that everyone in the field would jump into the lane and get some extra fuel to the end. So lap 29 of 200. And I'd say we're about a third to halfway through a green flag fuel stint at the moment, considering when the caution came out. So let's see how long these drivers can hold on. I'm pretty sure Challoner and Wilson are running full rich, at least when they're leading the race. And Challoner will be forced into using more of it because it seems like Wilson has backed off a little.
Yep, just let that gap build up ever so slightly so you can see what he's doing right here. He gets a run off to Challoner's rear bumper. But these cars don't have bumpers. They have rear wheels. Anyways, tangent on that front. But he gets that run. That allows him to lift off of the throttle, potentially switching fuel maps as well to save even more fuel. But as he repeats that cycle again, currently looking at the 20 car of Tom Apramitis in your picture right now. Starting originally in the 27th position, not able to move up very far. These cars are all sort of bunched up together, leaving just enough of a gap to be able to make the corner. So these guys are definitely in a fuel-safe format right here. This is the lap car of Duncan McCamick. Cycles his way around the track as well.
Yeah, disaster for McCamick getting cleaned up to bring out the caution. And speaking of cautions, another one's just come out. And oh dear, Brenton Foster has gone for a big ride there. No front wing left on that car, and the front left is no longer attached to the car. Something horrible has happened to the number 11 of Brenton Foster. He was running in the top 10 at the time. Let's see what happened to him. He was running in 5th at this point. And let's just see what happened to him. Oh no, off the exit of turn 3, the rear end goes.
And that is most likely a case of a car that is understeering so badly that when you get to the exit of the corner, you have so much steering input that the back end just has no chance to correct itself. He snaps it around, spins it out, damages that front wheel right there, so he's having to limp around to take his spare car. IndyCar officials do not like it when you leave a wheel flopping around like that.
Certainly not, but they also don't like it if you enter a closed pit when a caution starts. Pit road is closed for the first lap of a caution under IndyCar rules, and Brenton Foster will continue to tour his way around. Pit road should be open by now, so he'll be able to go in and get that thing repaired and unfortunately use up his spare car. It's yet another driver that's going to be on the back foot here. This is on board with Foster. We'll just see him just get some understeer there in the aero wash, and yeah, right on the exit there, the rear end just gives, and there's nothing he can do to recover it from there.
You could kind of see he was starting to steer back towards the exit of the corner, but unfortunately it was a bit too little too late. That right rear was already unhappy, and we have some strategery afoot. Looks like Challenger pitted, and everybody else from 7th on back has pitted. A few cars have stayed out, so right now Challenger is the first car off of pit road. We have alternate fuel strategies to keep track of now.
We do indeed, and I don't think my brain is in any shape for that, but we'll try our best to bring that to you. Lap 33 of 200, and Alan Wilson will lead the way. He, Chris Wilhite, Fernando Borda, Lawrence Shaughnessy, and Luke Santos all staying out there. Joseph Homan, of course, coming in twice under the previous caution. He's got some extra fuel in hand, so we'll see what that does for him. The stint at the moment for the drivers that have stayed out, about 15, 16 laps, which is roughly half of a fuel stint if you're able to save fuel. Remember, the full rich fuel run is around about 27 laps, so we'll have to wait and see what these drivers end up doing. They might be hoping for another caution to come out soon so they can get that next stop out of the way.
You would think so, but at the same time, there's only about 6 cars on this alternate strategy right now. They're working lap 17 of the stint, but under caution, you save about 1.5 laps of fuel under there. So I expect these cars to go to about lap 50 to lap 55 before they have to stop, because at this particular point, that offsets them by about 15 laps at the end. So if they were able to go the rest of the way, they would be able to save that last pit stop, whereas the rest of the field will end up slightly off sequence from them.
Yeah. A lot to think about in terms of strategy at one of these races. So, in the end, Alan Wilson is going to lead us away, and he's got Chris Wilhite for very close company with Fernando Borda rounding out the top 3. Will this work out for them later on? They're banking on a few things going their way if they want to keep these positions when they ultimately take their next stop. But I would look out for Christian Challenger from 7th place. He was looking aggressive. The from the very start of the race when he unfortunately didn't get the run he needed off the initial race start. So let's keep an eye out for the championship leader here as they tour their way through the final couple of corners. The pace car will come in and we'll get back to green flag racing in just a few moments.
But just keep in mind that even though these cars are staying out, clean air is going to be very important as we get this restart right here. Wilson's on the gas. It's restart lap number 35.
Here we go. Alan Wilson will lead to start the 35th lap of the Majors Speedway 500, and Chris Wilhite is aggressive right away, starting to draft up to him. There's a long train of cars behind Joseph Homan and Kevin Hill. Christian Challoner, of course, being the first of the cars to pit it under that caution. Change for the lead. There goes Chris Wilhite, staking his claim now. And, well, he'll be hoping that he'll at least lead at the end of the lap here. But Wilson has been willing to play the draft game as the caution is back out again. There's been some big crashes happening here. Looks like Nick Kuhn, Brian McGreevy, Nathan Medina, and Bevan Moyers have unfortunately made their way into the wall. Looks like contact. Moyes getting into Jordan Bazugli and unfortunately spinning ahead of Christian Abate, who was also involved in that caution.
Trying to look at it right now, it looks to be a pack deal where the track is cooled off ever so slightly and a lot of cars just getting blocked off on the track. Multiple collisions happening right there. And more importantly, a lot of them have had to take a tow, so they'll be going laps down very soon.
Yeah, that they will. That's not ideal. So here we go then. Bevan Moyes trying on the inside of Bazugli, and unfortunately just coming down a bit there, and also understeering was Moyes, and as he spun, unfortunately that absolutely cleaned up the car of Nathan Medina there. Medina didn't have much time to react to that. There's a car spinning across the racetrack. It looks like Medina may have towed the car from there. He couldn't get it back going. It's a real shame for him. This is the onboard. This is his view of what happened, and you'll see how little time he had to react.
From right about here, you see the smoke. You're starting to lift, but then all of a sudden, bam! There's a car in your windshield.
Yeah, Moyes was completely out of control, spinning down, and Nathan Medina, well, he had already picked his line. He couldn't alter it. The speeds were just too high at that point. So McGreevy was also involved in the checkup and ended up crashing as a result. He has been spending quite some time in the pits as well. Christian Abate lost half of his front wing in the initial contact, and he's managed to get a new front wing on that car with a 13.7 second pit stop. David Gargaro Jr. and Julian Muki also making their way in. And let's see where they can go from here. No one else has decided to visit the pit lane under this caution. So Wilhite, Wilson, Border, Shaughnessy, Santos, and Homan, they are rapidly getting to the point where they might be looking at a green flag pit stop.
But having laps under caution, that allows them to extend their stints ever so slightly further. So probably looking about laps 54 to 56 for these pit stops. And more importantly, being able to extend the stint, be able to take a little less fuel at the end.
That's exactly right. So the race might come to them. Got one car making their way into the pits, and it is Homan. So he seems to be a fan of getting the tank topped up under caution. He will fall to almost the rear of the running order, but again, this is a smart thing to do if you're a driver like Joseph Homan. Remember, he started down in 18th. He was a bit out of relative position if you take qualifying into account. So being able to top up the tank here, just keep extending the fuel under caution. Homan might be a factor in the dying stages.
And also, he had a teammate that just got involved in that crash in Brian McGreevy. But by taking his pit stop here, he'll be able to fall to the back and basically be able to work with McGreevy. Kind of they babysit each other in a way to be able to draft either extending their stints or try to get McGreevy back up to the front. Oh, actually, never mind. Brian McGreevy has disconnected from the server. I wonder if he didn't check his fast repair.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he had already used his spare car earlier, so I think being involved in the secondary contact after the incident that brought out the caution, he's unfortunately just had the car too damaged to make his way back into the race. Maybe the repair times were just too great for him to cope with. It's a shame what happened to McGreevy, because he ended up... what on earth, actually? I've just double-checked what happened to McGreevy. Robert DeLoach, as the green flag flies and we're back to racing, DeLoach was checking up for that incident, and McGreevy just ran right into him. So that's the reason why McGreevy is now retired from the major Speedway 500, which is back to green flag racing. And Chris Wilhite is leading the way. But despite the fuel saving under caution, these guys are going to have to look at pitting sometime in the next 15 or so laps, maybe extra 20 laps. We'll have to wait and see on that. They've spent a lot of time lapping under caution. They've been saving fuel. They've been running lean. Now they get back to as rich as they can get away with and get back to green flag. Fernando Borda sitting in P3 right now. He's got all the world behind him. Shaughnessy, Santos, Duncan McCamick, lapped car, side by side between Kevin Hill and Christian Challoner behind. Kevin Hill, of course, still off the lead lap. Challoner is struggling to make headway.
Track is really heated up. It's up to about 117 degrees Fahrenheit. The sun has peeked back out after a couple of laps of cloud cover. So it's not surprising that Challenger, having started up front, is having struggles in the midfield. As we see, a penalty has been assigned to car 235. Not sure what that is for, potentially passing to the left on the restart or being out of position. But also, you have 3 cars on the high side Motorsports, first, second, and fourth, working their way around the field. They will definitely be able to gang up on the independent driver of Fernando Borda, currently at P3.
Indeed, this is an interesting fight here for 13th place. Austin O'Neill leading this pack. Brenton Foster, who's already used his spare car, was the car that brought out one of the cautions before this one. And he's got Dallas Pataska right behind him. Pataska, one of the drivers that has made his way steadily up through the field. Remember, Pataska started in the pits, and he's ultimately gained 11 positions now. Phil Otto up 12. So some good runnings for the both of them early on. Question is now, are they aggressive or do they sit behind and save fuel? There's a bit of a flip between the two for the lead of the race, as Riley Thompson now currently sitting in 8th spot, was just passed there by Andrew Lewis. Kevin Hill is right in the midst of all of this, and he's fighting to try and get a lap back here. Lewis has it ahead of him, and unfortunately it seems like he was compromised a bit too much. Thompson doesn't exactly make the move into turn 1. Very tactical, saving fuel right now.
And you also watch Thompson right there run the high side, be able to maintain his velocity in throughout the corner. If he drove in right behind him, he would have to check up to make the corner. Now he's got an opportunity right here. Does he take it with the lap car right there? He's got to. They're going to take it on the lap car right there. Not able to make the pass stick. Meanwhile, side by side, I believe that is Austin O'Neill in 13th place, going up against Jordan Mazzulli in the 12th position. That evolved car, yes, that is an evolved car right there. Side by side through the line. Look at this run by Dallas
Oh
Pataska.
my
He's got to
God.
get one. He sends it. And he barely does not get clear just yet. Trying to get around that lap traffic right. Or no, but that is fourth position right there. Brenton
It
Foster
is.
in 14th. Kind of looks very similar to a different car that has been damaged before.
Yeah, indeed. Foster pitted under the caution with everyone else, so he's gained back a lot of the time that he lost with the crash, and he's made his way past O'Neill up into 13th place. Round the outside goes Dallas Pataska. Meanwhile, if you're down low, you are dropping spots, is the story so far at Indianapolis.
But the key thing to keep in mind as well, these guys are losing time to the leaders. They're running lap times in the 41.8 second bracket. The leaders are able to run away at 31.3s, half a second every single lap. The longer you spend in this little battle means that's more track position that you're giving up to the cars in the lead.
Yeah, but of course, the amount of cautions that we've had so far, cautions tend to breed cautions, so the drivers will likely be hoping for another one. They'll be hoping that this green flag run doesn't go on too long if they're back in the field. Otherwise, they'll definitely lose out. These are the pit strategies so far for the top 8, and Vavrovsky and Homan down in 10th and 26th. Vavrovsky dropping back into the field a bit, but you never know, it might come back to him as up into the lead again goes Chris Wilhite. Both he and Alan Wilson, along with Shaughnessy, Border, and Santos, now coming up to start their 31st lap on this fuel stint. Of course, quite a few of those laps under caution, so they will be able to go a little longer. There's been a car in the wall on the exit of turn 4, just tapping it. Jordan Bazugli, he's lost out quite a bit, and Austin O'Neill will find his way past.
Taking a quick look at the Bazuli car, it doesn't look like there was much damage involved, but there could be a little bit of a tow issue developing because of that collision as we get a caution out on the speedway. What has transpired here? Oh, a Fusion
Thompson.
car has gone sideways. Riley Thompson has had a moment.
He has indeed smashed into the wall on the exit of turn 2 and then absolutely destroyed the car on the inside barrier. So Thompson, his engine was destroyed in that collision. He is towed back to the pits, and I don't expect we'll be seeing him out again anytime soon. Hopefully he has a spare car. He was just behind the involved car of Kevin Hill and just washed up coming out of turn 2. You'll see it happen here. He tries to take the high line for more downforce, but there's not enough grip in the fronts there. Bang and wham. That is a ridiculous impact there, and amazing that no one else got involved.
Everybody getting lucky with that car basically coming to a complete stop as soon as it hits the outside wall for the second time. A massive rebound. Look at the replay of Bazuli beforehand. Smacking the outside wall off of turn 4. Does a little bit of damage, but he's able to keep going for the time being.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, it looked like a pretty side-on hit there for the front tire, and you know, those kinds of impacts you can get away with the lateral forces able to be withstood by the suspension, but. Look at this. No surprise to see that our lead pack is going to jump straight into the pit lane. Everyone who's been out there for 32 laps now, that 32nd lap will be their last on this fuel stint, and everyone else is following them in, save for, of course, lap down cars who will try to get their laps back. Medina, Moyes, and Kevin Hill, along with Duncan McCamick, who was way down the order. But everyone else jumping in and putting themselves on an equal strategy to each other. McCamick, crucially, back on the lead lap now, so that's a good recovery for him.
One car has stayed out. That is on the lead lap. I'll give you one guess.
Yeah, Joseph Homan. He's worked his way through nicely, hasn't he? And this is the culmination of that strategy he was going for earlier on. So Let's see what Homan can do now in the overall race lead. Moyes, Medina, Deloach and Hill are between him and the pace car. Same for Duncan McCamick too. I would expect them to be waved around in due course, but yeah. I'm interested to see what Joseph Homan can do. He's turned into a bit of a wild card in this race, hasn't he?
For sure, for sure. The unorthodox driver living up to the team name and very inquisitive in that red and red tint machine right there with a little bit of chrome on the front. I think I did a pretty good job on that. What do you think?
Yeah, indeed. Homan, yeah, I'm just interested to see what he does from here on out. He'll be out there for 12 laps now, and we've seen cautions happen pretty regularly, I have to say. It looks to me like, well, as we check out the pit strategy here, Homan pitted on lap 37, so considering the caution laps, he might be able to make it to a lap somewhere in the 60s or 70s potentially. I've just noticed, yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt your point. I was going to say about lap 65 to 68, thereabouts. More importantly, his fastest lap is a 41.187, set relatively early on in somewhat clean air. So this car definitely is capable of maintaining the pace. So it'll be interesting to see what the three high side guys behind him will try to do as Riley Thompson returns to the fray right here, at least one lap down.
Indeed, he would have used his spare car and all of that too. So another driver who's going to have to be extra careful over the remaining 3/4 of this race. We are about to complete the first 50 laps of the Speedway 500. And the point I was going to make was the cautions have been happening with surprising regularity. It seems like we've been getting around about 10 laps at a time before the caution inevitably comes out again. So 10 laps from now, end of lap 60, keep an eye out for cars in the field who might be having problems, struggling to get into a rhythm here at Indianapolis. Joseph Homan is going to lead the field away here on the next restart of the Speedway 500. Alan Wilson and Chris Wilhite, second and third, hanging back a little on the restart here. I would expect them to immediately start making moves on Joseph Homan here.
And they're going to get right up on his rear wing right there, keeping just enough of a gap to where they'd be able to pull out and make the run right here. Although it looks like at the very end, they're going to wait a little bit. You know what? I think this is a tactical decision.
Oh, no!
Oh, that's a big collision right there. Borda's around, and another car right there. I believe that was Morton again.
Vavrovsky. Trevor Vavrovsky involved in the crash as well. Started on the front row, P2 start. And unfortunately, it looks like we might be seeing him use a spare car if he can even get it going. It looks like the drivetrain's completely destroyed there. So Vavrovsky was trying to make the move there on Border, but unfortunately, low line, understeer. You're just putting so much steering angle in there that you're burning up the fronts, and it looks like a few more cars were involved in that.
Critically, for the point standings, Challenger got a piece of that one at the very end. Look at the skew on this machine right here. That front suspension is, I would think this is a dirt car that we're going to see. Oh, and he's having a very unusual time trying to get this thing just even going in the right direction. I was going to say, this looks like a dirt car from Eldora with the amount of skew it has. He's going to be able to get it onto pit road, but it's going to be a miracle, I think, to keep it between the walls right here to make it to his pit stall.
Yeah, I mean, Takumi would be proud, I'll say that. Christian Challoner's viewpoint of all of this, so up into 6th gear, he'll be seeing this happen ahead of him. That's Vavrovsky making the move on Fernando Borda, and then they come together. Challoner just escaping within an inch, or, in metric land, I think a matter of millimeters there.
I don't even think you can fit a piece of paper in between there. That's just, again, incredible luck. So we look at Vavrovsky right there. Is is
He's
that car even
struggling.
in the pit? Is
No,
that
it's
in the pit
not.
stall?
He's flicking it into reverse. He's trying to get it inserted in the pit box a bit better, but I don't think it's going to work out for him. I think the drivetrain's just completely gone on that car now.
And the difficult thing is if he's too far into the pit stall, he may not even be able to tow. Like if he had stopped like one stall before and towed, it would have still towed him, but it would only have taken a few seconds. But if he's stuck in this stall, I don't know if the simulation is going to be able to pick him up and move him.
That's such a shame for Trevor Vavrovsky. Such a strong run in the Fast Six, and this may very well be the end of his race. You know, he's exited the car. There we go. He's out.
He's exited the car, and more importantly, the car has not magically teleported itself into the pit stall. This is probably a 1 in 10,000 edge case that we're witnessing right here, where Vavrovsky is technically in the pit stall, but he's not in the correct position. He can't get service.
Yeah. Oh, my heart goes out to Trevor Vavrovsky. You know, that just sucks, honestly. Like he was doing so well in the race, and you know, potential to come back into the top 5 and fight for the win here, but there's going to be no chance of that happening now. Vavrovsky officially exiting the server now, and that's going to be the last we see of him.
The only other thing I can think of that he may be willing to try is he might exit the server and jump back in immediately. Sometimes the sim will pull a little magic, maybe put the car back in order, but it's an outside chance, and I don't know if that's going to work. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, up front, Joseph Homan has disappeared from the front. He has elected to go to the pits and top off the tank. So we're going to put the high side cars 1, 2, and 3 with a newcomer to the front at Andrew H. Lewis in 4th, Lucky Man Christian Challenger in 5th, and Luke Santos P6 right now.
Indeed. Honestly, I'm amazed that Challoner was able to get away with that. I'm pretty sure there was contact of some kind that Challoner got there from the spinning Trevor Vavrovsky, but I think it caught him on the side pod or somewhere on the crash structure, so he might have just gotten away with that by the slimmest of margins. We'll wait and see when they get back up to racing speed if there is any damage to Challoner's car. But for now, the pace car lights are off, and we'll be pulling into pit lane momentarily. Alan Wilson is going to be the one taking this restart, and everyone bunching up behind him. Does seem like Chris Wilhite was leaving him a little more space there in turn 4, but now we'll see when the power gets put down how much coordination there is between the high side cars. And looks like a little bit slower on the jump there was Chris Wilhite. That backed up Lawrence Shaughnessy just a bit, but across the yard of bricks goes Alan Wilson, leading at the start of lap 55 of the Speedway 500. And now down the back stretch, you see how aggressive Wilhite decides to be. Tell you what, Andrew Lewis is looking aggressive. He is right in the slipstream of Lawrence Shaughnessy, and he's going to go for it at turn 3. But he's on the inside, and still, this early in the race, the inside isn't always the best place to be, but it seems like Shaughnessy let him have it.
Because the key thing is, there are 3 high side cars still in the top 4 right there. You can let this interloper in between for the time being, but the front 2 cars, Wilhite and Wilson, are going to be traded the lead back and forth, trying to save every ounce of fuel they can at this particular point. Right now, the projections are showing Shaughnessy getting an edge at this particular stage.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Lawrence Shaughnessy, but he's falling out of touch of Andrew Lewis, who's jetted right up to the back of the top 2. Shaughnessy will have to think about Challoner, and Wilson and Wilhite will have to think about Lewis as well. really good restart here for Andrew Lewis. He was the fastest car that last lap. We'll see who's the quickest this time around. Andrew Lewis still holds the fastest lap of the race as Wilhite goes up the inside in turn 1. Can he clear Wilson by the time they get to turn 2? He certainly can, but Lewis is right there to take advantage.
And being teammates, Wilhite and Wilson, they'll be in the same voice channel. Either it's a Discord or a TeamSpeak server. They'll be able to coordinate back and forth as we get a replay right here from Milwane's perspective, I believe, of the previous caution. Oh, hello. That was another card to the face right there.
Yeah, I believe that was Vavrovsky spinning back up into him. That's very unlucky there for Aussie Milwane. But Wilhite will trade places once again with his fellow high-side teammate Alan Wilson. These guys are managing the race pretty well right now. It seems like Andrew Lewis is not able to take advantage of that. They're executing those switches perfectly. Kevin Hill, meanwhile, now 2 laps down after starting in 3rd spot. Re-emerges back onto the racetrack in 31st and last running position. Tell you what, Evolve Sim Sports, they were certainly strong in qualifying, but the race has not fallen their way.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway is known for picking her winners, but she also will have a mean streak, and sometimes when you're a team, it's not your year, it's not your year. I think back a few years ago, back in the 90s, when all of the Penske cars did not qualify for the real Indianapolis 500. Sometimes the Speedway just doesn't take a liking to you, and she'll show it.
Yeah, it reminds me of a certain racetrack down here in Australia. Let's keep an eye on Christian Challoner, who holds on to P5 and chasing down Lawrence Shaughnessy for the coveted P4 position, trying to get back up into the top 3. Everyone all the way down to Jason Lottridge in 20th is on the same fuel strategy as things stand. They all pitted under the caution, but the quickest pit stop of them all was Gavin Barber, only 5.8 seconds in the box. So Barber might be the one to pit first out of these guys. Oh my lord, another caution out. Tom Abramaidis involved with, it looks like an Evolve car of Jordan Bazugli.
I think we were just mentioning that the Speedway tends to pick vehicles to hate, and right now she is hating on the Evolve cars right now, which is unfortunate. I think Bazugli caught a little bit of the apron and caught into the outside wall, and then Abramitis just simply had no place to go. Take a look at the replay as it comes up right here. Camera's perspective is on Bazugli.
It is, and there's the hit, and Abramitis was sent airborne there. And the problem for Abramitis was he had already committed to the whole corner there. As soon as that wall hit happened for Bazugli, exacerbated by getting into the apron, he was just running too low through turn 2 to start. Abramitis, all he could do was go straight into Bazugli. The fronts just had no more to give at that point.
Yep, it's knocked a wheel off and the rear wing, so Abramitis is definitely going to be using a spare car as we look on board with Abramitis. Buckle your seatbelts, pull them a little tighter because this is going to be an e-ticket ride right here. Bang! Whoop! No. There's Sky. This is not good.
No, this is not good, not good, not good, and dizzy. My lord. Abramitis having a very tough race. Started down in 28th position and was looking to try and break into the top 10 there along with Jordan Bazugli. Fortunately for Abramitis, he had a spare car in hand and he's immediately taken it back out onto the racetrack. Another car with no more spare cars, no more free kicks to the end of the race. And look at that, Christian Challoner is going to lead the charge into the pits here. Everyone down to Wayne Hutchison jumping into the lane there. Even more besides. It looks like a good half to 3/4 of the field are in the lane right now.
And a lot of these cars, having only pitted about 13 laps ago, this is another tactical decision. If you can't make the positions up on the track through your own merit, why not put it in the hands of your pit crew and take a little bit of fuel right now, go a little bit longer. maybe the cycle will finally work out for you, as Challenger will come out in about the 12th position. So a lot more cars stayed out. So there's about 3 strategies I see right now.
Yeah, plenty indeed. We saw Bazugli as well taking his spare car. So he's been able to get straight back into the race. Robert Northway also in the pits. Jason Lottridge stopped for quite a long time here. I don't know what's going on for Lottridge, but yeah, he's an IndyCar pit stop shouldn't take that long unless there's damage of some kind. But I didn't see any on Jason Lottridge's car.
Could be one of 2 things. It could be that he's got a little bit of suspension damage and it's just enough to where he can get it fixed, or may have needed to take a physical break of some sort. The car is down and away, leaving before the pace car gets to the start-finish line, so he'll be able to cycle back around. He'll be at the tail end of the lead lap, but he should have the most fuel of anybody in the field right now. Circling back around to the pit strategies, the top 7 are starting lap number 15 of their stints. Then you have Holman leading a group of... No, you have Millwade and Holman leading a group of cars on the 10-lap stints. And then you have Challenger in the first off of pit road in 12th position.
Yeah, and that streak of cars that pitted under the caution goes all the way down to Tom Abramadis, who's decided to jump into the pits again just to top off the tank. I mean, he's at the point now where, yeah, he's had a huge incident. He's down in the field. He might as well do what Joseph Homan was doing at the start of the race and just pit as many times as you can under caution. Get a couple extra liters of fuel in one at a time. Looks to me like the caution has been extended a little bit here. It seems like there's a couple of things to sort out on the administration end, but these are the pit strategies right now. Andrew Lewis with one of the more aggressive strategies at the moment, and he's certainly been racing aggressively too. Christian Abate, remember, he was involved in the incident that brought out one of the previous cautions. He had damage, that's why he's got 2 pit stops in very quick succession there, but he's found himself in the top 10.
And that's going to be the thing to keep in mind. Once you get up to the front, it seems to be pretty smooth sailing, but not having that spare car as a resource anymore, that's going to give you a hesitation. Every time you decide to pull out and make a pass, you're going to wonder if this is going to be the last move you make, so you might just live to see another day as we get the one to go, hopefully this next time by again, figuring out who needs to go where. And another thing to keep in mind, take a look at the weather real quick. The track has gotten even hotter. It's 124. It is almost up to pre-qualifying temperatures, and it's baking.
Oh, it certainly is. It's the first time tonight we've seen the track over 123 degrees Fahrenheit or 50 degrees Celsius for those of you living in metric land. It is, man, you could probably slowly poach an egg on that asphalt right now. So let's see how that affects the racing. We've already seen plenty of aero battles going on. Pack racing isn't really a thing now that the track is so gosh darned hot. The caution is ending, and we'll see just how aggressive Andrew Lewis is going to be in his pursuit of the top 2 here. Yeah, remember that everyone in the top 7 is on a bit of an extended strategy right now. They will be coming around to start the 17th lap of this stint when the green flag flies. Don't forget about Milwain, Homan, Kamek, and Fernando Borda as well. They will have to pit soon as well. But everyone from Challenger on back has got a strategy advantage. Pace car in, and we'll go for yet another restart. I'll be honest, I haven't been counting how many restarts we've had. Just rest assured that there have been many thus far, and we are not even halfway through the race.
I am glad we are not playing the drinking game with the cautions. Meanwhile, battle up front, Will Height and Wilson again going toe-to-toe Wilhite's going to take the toe right here for the time being. He'll want to get out front again to get some clean air. Dives to the inside right there, entering turn number 3. He'll take the lead back again from Alan Wilson III.
Yeah, but keep an eye on Andrew Lewis, who's right there with them. He's managing to keep a good gap to Lawrence Shaughnessy there. Luke Santos in the midst of all of this as well. But I tell you what, the leaders are executing these swaps pretty nicely. They're getting it done cleanly and with assertiveness, working together nicely at Highside Motorsports. But, oh, that's a little bit high there for Chris Wilhite. He's lost crucial momentum there. He'll still be in the slipstream of Alan Wilson, but now Andrew Lewis fancies a chance to get into the top 2 here. He's going to get some overlap coming into turn 3, but the dirty air behind Alan Wilson will cause him to scrub his front tires and fall back behind.
It's a little interstate game that you play sometimes. If somebody is trying to pass you, you will run up on the guy in front of you just to give him no space to go. He has no choice but to give up the defense. Meanwhile, Wilhite goes back to the front. More importantly, keeping the clean air into those radiators. The air temperature also climbing up to 81 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's hot not only in the air, but in the track as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's starting to get a little bit toasty at Indianapolis. As almost up the inside went Andrew Lewis. I think what he'll have to do is back off here, maybe save some fuel. Try and stay in touch with the top 2, yes, but maybe be a bit less aggressive in his pursuit, and then the race will come to him. Meanwhile, Wilson and Wilhite are content to just keep swapping coming off the straights.
Looking at the lap times right now, as we get a couple laps into this restart right here, leaders are able to maintain that 41.2, 41.1 second lap times. But meanwhile, in the back of the field, even all the way back to where Kristen Challenger is, he's running a 41.6, and I'm seeing 42 second lap times back to Joseph Holman. So its strategy is going to be critical at this stage of the game. You got to get up front, be able to get the clean air, because these guys have been slicing and dicing like it's, they're cooking some bacon.
Absolutely, and there's probably going to be some salt at the end of the race if it goes too badly. Duncan McCamick, I noticed, was very close with Brendan Foster and Justin Morton there. There was barely any space between the cars coming through the corner. McCamick having a decent comeback at the moment from his crash, and certainly I haven't put the commentator's curse on him as lead switches once again. And look at that, Andrew Lewis, he's staying with them, but for the time being at least, doesn't look like he's going for any big moves. Meanwhile, Fernando Borda taking a spare car here. This is his first race in the Majors series, and what a race to make your debut in, honestly.
Probably one of the toughest races overall, not just on the oval side, but just the sheer challenge of everything that we have gone through. Fast cars, terrible track conditions, relatively speaking. It's bacon out there. I would hope they would throw some ice bags on the track, but at the moment, swapping the lead back again up at the front, Wilhite and Wilson. And I would say Lewis at the moment is in the catbird seat. Did somebody scrape the wall right there on the camera? I don't know.
Maybe a tiny bit. Sometimes it can be a little misleading, but we'll see if anyone has their pace affected as the lead continues on here. The track temperature is continuing to jump up here. Look at the way it's ebbed and flowed over the course of the last hour. That is some very interesting temperature fluctuations there that the iRacing weather system has shown us. And the weather system has been a fantastic change to the sim. It's just really increased the dynamicness of the racing here. Another swap between Wilhite and Wilson, and they're just trading places, leading the race at the moment, and they're doing a brilliant job now. earlier on, they were doing the exact same thing and they weren't getting away from those behind them. But now the race is in its rhythm. Now that we've got a hot track, it's working out for them. They are gaining on Lewis and Shaughnessy.
Yeah, this is what we call the slingshot maneuver. These two cars will cooperate together and trade the lead back and forth to where one car will get a run and then use that slingshot to shoot out ahead, hopefully pull each other forward. And I don't know if Lewis has gotten behind on fuel adjustments to potentially he fell behind in setting his fuel mapping from lean to rich. But there's a bit of that gap developing. It is the gap from second to third is the greatest it has been all day. About 0.6 of a second right now between second and third.
Yeah, Wilhite and Wilson executing this race very well so far. They're coming up to 25 laps completed on this fuel tank. Yes, some of them have been under caution. We'll extend it a bit, but we'll be expecting them to come into the pits very soon. Considering the frequency of cautions, I think they might be expecting one again very soon. I actually went back through the lap time logs, and I have deduced that we've had 8 cautions so far in this race. That's on average once every 8 or 9 laps. It's a bit ridiculous for this early on in the race. Challoner, meanwhile, he's trying to make some moves here. Aussie Milwayne, who's one of the drivers that's been out there a bit longer than most, having to give it up.
Yep, Challoner looks to have made the right adjustments to work his way through the pack. Now he's trying to claw his way back up to the field. He is the highest running car that is on the strategy B, we'll call it for right now, that he is 13, 14 laps into the stint, as Pataska is also going to get a run on Milwayne. They're going to go side by side down the long back stretch, entering into turn 3. Will Pataska be able to clear him? No.
Yeah, you do see that there's been some rubber laid down on the racing line, but with the track being as hot as it is, the track's actually quite slick down low right now. It's a bit of a different situation to what we saw earlier on in the race, and Pataska will want to try and go for the outside, I'd imagine. Don't stick too close in the slipstream through the turns, otherwise you'll just end up overheating the front tyres, potentially overheating your engine too. That's something we haven't talked about in a while, Lynn. Overheating is going to be an issue with the air temperature being what it is right now, as, hello, Alan Wilson is under threat here for second. Chris Wilhite has gotten away from him. Something has happened there to the 995.
I don't see anything anomalous in his lap times. It just seems that Wilhite was just able to put together a couple of clean laps right here. Let's take a look at the replay right here. Maybe we can deduce what has occurred. Takes a run to the inside. You know what? I think he just got behind on the adjustments, and yeah, he slipped up ever so slightly, and that is going to allow Wilhite to...
Oh, understeer. There we go.
Yeah, that'll do it for sure. If he's taking a ding in the right front, that's going to narrow his front wheel width, and that's going to make the car a little bit tougher to handle later on.
Yeah, I don't think Alan Wilson has used his spare car yet, and if this doesn't work out in his favour, Jay confirming that he hasn't used his spare car yet, next caution, if and when it happens, might be the time to use it, if not the very next pit stop he takes, which is going to be happening soon. Considering the laps they've completed so far. Wilson unfortunately falling victim to the ever-increasing heat of this track. Brenton Foster, meanwhile, trying to make a move on Milwayne, but again, you're behind someone coming into the corners. Look at that! The track has dropped substantially in temperature in the last few minutes. That's a big temperature change.
And it's all thanks to one little cloud that has floated over the circuit, and it has hit the sensor just in the right spot. That track temperature goes down, the speeds will go back up, and to your point, engine starting to overheat potentially. These cars will like a warmer engine. The oil, if they get the oil. Oh, meanwhile, hold the phone.
Homan! Joseph Homan! The driver who we were singing the praises of earlier for willing to try something different on the strategy, has unfortunately come a cropper out of turn 2, and wow, he's actually cleaned up Nick Kuhn and Phil Otto as well. So 3 cars involved in this caution. It's just a case of such high speeds, a driver spinning across the circuit, getting bounced back onto the racing line. That's such a shame.
I'd be interested to see what happens right here. We take a look at the replay. Holman by himself at this particular point. I think he just got behind on his steering, hits the wall on the outside, bounces right back over and collects Nick Kuhn in the left rear. That is a pinball machine, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and you know, the great irony of that for Nick Kuhn was he had almost cleared Homan, but they just came together at the exact wrong time. This is the onboard here for Nick. Oh, man. If the incident had happened just a fraction of a second later, Nick Kuhn would have been clear.
Either after or before that car rebounds a different direction, or it comes to a complete stop inside the tire barrier right there. Meanwhile, back up front, everybody's going to be pitting pretty much from the lead lap. That's going to provide a reset as we get some action down on pit road. As they say back in the days of IndyCar broadcasting, it is feeding time at the zoo.
Absolutely it is. Everyone get your bag of oats. Let's see who has the biggest bag. As into the pits is literally everyone. Nick Kuhn jumped straight into the pits to get his fast repair. Nathan Medina's already been already pitted 3 or so laps ago. He stayed out. Robert Deloach has been out for 18 laps. It looks like he is staying out as well. But yeah, literally everyone in the top 18 has jumped in. But crucially, Alan Wilson did not use his fast repair. So that tells me something. Maybe that hit to the wall that we saw for Alan Wilson wasn't as bad as we thought. Either that, or maybe Wilson's thinking, okay, maybe a fresh set of tires will fix the handling issues he may or may not have gotten from that wall hit.
It's also possible that that strike that he did have with the wall is not enough for the sim to be able to repair, but it's also not going to necessitate taking a meatball repair, which would have required a pit stop at that point. So, like you said, maybe take a fresh set of tires. Possibly make it a little air pressure adjustment, counteract whatever handling issue he has at this particular moment. Also getting a message from Joseph Holman. He apologizes about scratching my paint. Yes, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, of course, you are the painter of quite a few cars in the Majors field, but yeah, that's going to be one of your liveries trashed for the time being. But Joseph Homan has jumped in a brand new car and he's re-emerging back out onto the racetrack in 30th position, and looks like at least a lap down on everyone else, as the caution is about to end. Coming through turns 1 and 2 right now. We've got a bit more time to think about the permutations of this restart. So Alan Wilson back into 4th place. His pit stop 8.8 seconds, but his lane time was about 35 seconds. And that's made him lose out to Andrew Lewis and Lawrence Shaughnessy. Question being for Wilson, will he be aggressive and try and get past Shaughnessy and Lewis to try and resume that swapping with Chris Wilhite that we saw earlier?
Or a different strategy may occur. Shaughnessy could be super aggressive with Lewis, try to get up to Wilhite. Again, those are also 2 team cars. They may start doing this little shuffle at the front, and Wilson will play the wing ban. But coming about just inside of 120 laps to go, if we go 30 laps on a stint, It's maybe an outside possibility, but I think we're at a point where we can get this done in about 3, maybe 4 more pit stops.
We shall see as the pace car pulls into the pit lane right now. Chris Wilhite will wait and then go. Took everyone by surprise there. Nice jump off the 9th restart of this race from my count. Lawrence Shaughnessy right up behind Andrew Lewis. How aggressive is he going to be? Tell you what, look at aggressive from Riley Thompson, the lapped car. He's just gone round the outside of Alan Wilson, and he's trying to get back on the. He's trying to get one of his laps back.
Trying to get back on the lead lap the hard way, and more importantly, that has shunted Wilson back into the clutches of Luke Santos. They're going to battle for the 4th position right there, side by side, off of the corner. Wilson's going to be able to get the better run, but what will Austin O'Neill do when he gets here? He's got to go to the inside of Luke Santos. Not going to be able to take the position. It was going to be a bold one if he did, especially on fresh tires and a slightly cool track, but he's going to hold position for the time being.
Side by side further back between Fernando Borda and Christian Abate. That's 7th place for the 156 on debut in the majors, and Christian Challoner is coming now. Christian Abate might have to let Challoner go here, but he's still ahead coming into the corner. Well, Challoner's going to go straight to the inside there. Remember, fresh tyres for everyone here. And I think Abate might just be hanging back a little bit. He wants to save up for a run to the end. He wants to try and keep this going as long as possible, as now the lead swapping begins again, this time between Andrew Lewis and Chris Wilhite. We see Lawrence Shaughnessy just looming in the background, and Riley Thompson making big moves as a caution is out again. It looks like Gavin Barber is falling down the order there. Saw Tom Abramatis losing a couple of positions there, but Gav Barber, the looks like potentially the one and only car that has been involved in that caution, and well, actually 2 cars involved. We're hearing from Jay. It looks like Gavin Barber made contact with Abramatis, and this is just straight up net code. Look at this. Look at how much space there is between the cars.
And that's just the unfortunate side effect of an international race. You have drivers from all over the world connecting. Gavin Barber running out of the Australia/New Zealand club against Tom Abramatis in the Midwest club. That international latency, several hundred milliseconds. Sometimes the server decides there's a collision when there really shouldn't have been, but it's still going to spin you.
Indeed, Gavin Barber will be rightly peeved at that. So he'll looks like he's going to stay out for the time being. This is the 10th caution of the race, and get this, Lynn, spare cars being used. 21 of our 33 starters have used their spare cars. The amount of cautions that we've seen in the first half of this race have claimed so many victims, and I think that sets up a lot of people for potential disaster further down the road. Oh, hello, this is interesting. Lawrence Shaughnessy is going to go for the pit lane from P3. Oh, no, he's not. He faked out.
I don't like it when they fake it out like that, but going back to your point of so many spare cars being used, it's kind of turning into a bit of a Mad Max film out here with that many spare cars being used at this point, and more importantly, just a few laps away from halfway, if you get past lap 100, you collect full points for the event. So, as we mentioned before at the start of the program, when a couple of cars didn't make it out of bump qualifying, there's 2 cars right now that won't make the 100 lap mark. Trevor Vorosky, Brian McGreevy, those cars will collect a flat fee, and everybody in the in splits 2 and 3. English is a very difficult language to master, in case you haven't noticed.
Oh yes.
But those cars will all move up in position, assuming they also make the 100 lap distance.
Yeah, indeed they will. So in terms of championship points, that's going to be a big hit for Vavrowski and McGreevy before we go on our summer break in the Majors series. Of course, we have the one-off event Majors 24 coming up next on the Majors schedule. Not paying for points in the Majors Series Championships, but hey, mark these dates down in your calendar. Weekend of June 8th and 9th. Green flag at 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, we're going to be cooperating with quite a few broadcasters on that one. It's going to be a great race. Make sure that you tune in to watch it. In terms of the race currently happening, well, the pace car lights are still on. We'll be out for at least one more lap here in the 10th caution of the Majors Speedway 500. So that makes it, I think, a caution pretty much every 8 laps or so. These guys have not been able to get a solid green flag run in.
These guys, it's a self-feeding cycle. You start off trying to take it easy at the start, but then you get an immediate caution. So it's like, okay, you know, maybe I can get a couple of positions every caution. So you start running harder and running harder. And then eventually you get caught in a caution, or you become the caution. And it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. So everybody's just trying to fight for whatever track position that they can. Maybe not being able to give as much room as they should. So take a look. The pit cycles have all basically been reset. Everybody's back on the same strategy. So still plenty of distance left to go. Plenty of opportunities for someone to get off cycle and try to work their way to the front.
Indeed, yeah. And when you say everyone, it does mean everyone that's relevant to the lead battle at the moment. We do have a couple of outliers. Nathan Medina has been out there for 11 laps now. Riley Thompson, a lap down, has been out there for 7.5 laps at the moment. Other than that, we saw a raft of cars pitting under caution down in the field. Nick Kuhn, Gavin Barber, Robert Deloach, David Gargaro, Tom Abramatis, and Robert Northway, along with Joseph Oman and Kevin Hill, who are off the lead lap. All right, let's gear up then for the 10th restart of this race at the end of the 88th lap of 200. Out of the line is Luke Santos. He wants to try and make some gains, it seems, as the green flag flies, and Chris Wilhite will lead the field into turn 1 on lap 89. Already gaining some speed is Lawrence Shaughnessy here behind Andrew Lewis. The battle for second. They have a lap down car in the midst of them. Right behind is Riley Thompson running in 29th place. How much of a factor is he going to be in this?
Not going to be a factor at the moment because there's going to be an immediate caution in the back of the field. There's 3 or 4.
Hill. Kevin Hill on his roll bar.
I think we have to increment the flip counter because that car has flipped and has been destroyed for a second time. Looks like Abramitis is also destroyed.
Yeah, Abramatis had only taken a spare car some laps ago, so this is going to be either a very long pit stop or a retirement for Abramatis. And my lord, Jay has just seen the incident on the replay. We're about to see it. I've seen it. Look at what happens to Kevin Hill here. He just snaps in the other direction.
That car got loose, and then when he tried to correct, it just went straight to the right, and that thing is destroyed. What we said under the last caution, 21 spare cars have been used. I think that wreck was entirely of cars that already had used it, so that's going to be a lot of DNFs right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Abramatis in the pits. Robert Deloach, I think, was involved in that one too. David Gargaro has been in the pits for over a minute now, and I mean, obviously Kevin Hill as well. Oh, God, that's such a shame. So both Hill and Vavrovsky, this is the view from Abramatis. You see Hill lose it right there, and just the ping pong ricochet effect. There was nothing Abramatis could do.
Yeah, like literally that was you had to anticipate that collision taking place at that particular point and deciding where you were going to go before it happens. But that was maybe a 1/10 to 2/10 of a second that Hill got loose and then snapped to the right. I don't know if anybody in that exact same position wouldn't have made that exact same decision and be caught up like that.
Yeah, a shame for Hill, because I mean, I'm just imagining being in his position. You're going through a turn at over 200 miles an hour, and you feel the rear end going slowly, slowly. You try to correct it, but it's just too much. The rear end snaps back into play, and the fronts, well, they're pointing to the outside of the circuit. And all you are is a passenger from there on out.
The only consolation that I can give Kevin Hill at that particular point, I know this is referencing last year, at least it didn't turn into an Evolve Space program.
Yeah, indeed. It's still a real shame because, the Evolve cars, we've already talked about this. They came into this event looking so good, and we don't see any of them anywhere near the top of the field. The highest Evolve car right now, it looks like, is Jordan Bazugli in 18th place.
And when you're back there, as we've seen, the lap time just absolutely collapses from the top 10 to where he's at. It's going to be a very difficult road to ride for Bazugli at that particular point. And just looking throughout the fields, that's gonna be a lot of cars that are not gonna get to lap 100, I think.
Yeah, well, our retirements list has grown to 6 cars, with Tom Abramatis disconnecting from the server, Kevin Hill as well finally saying goodbye to the Speedway 500. So that's our second and third place starting cars out in Hill and Vavrovsky. And David Gargaro, who started in 9th place, will unfortunately take no further part in this as well. This is the view on board from Robert Northway of the incident. You see Abramatis going high and Hill snapping ahead. Northway just vaulted underneath. That's amazing choreography right there.
That's pure luck right there, because once the Hill car goes airborne, there's no telling where it's going to come back down. And then you also watch the Abramitis car ping-ponging in front of him. If Northway wisely backing up, making sure he doesn't get into that car right there. As we take a look again at the replay, look up ahead. That's a car.
That's close.
That's very close, and Holman almost getting involved in that incident as well, but he's able to survive, and he will keep going.
Indeed he will. So, Chris Wilhite at the front of the field, something we've gotten used to seeing here. Andrew Lewis and Lawrence Shaughnessy, P2 and P3. Alan Wilson has got the lapped car of Riley Thompson to negotiate. And it looks like a well-executed start between the high side cars. They all went at the same time, and immediately Wilson trying up the inside of Riley Thompson there, but it's not working for the time being. Back to green flag racing on lap 93. And we'll see how aggressive Andrew Lewis decides to be off of this restart. These guys haven't got much green flag running in since they took their tires and filled up their tanks, and to the lead will go Andrew Lewis. Question is, will he try and cooperate with Wilhite?
That's going to be the big wild card at this moment. Once he gets to the lead, is he going to try to take off? Wilhite's going to get a run on him right here. He's going to go to the inside right there. They're going to go side by side, and Wilhite will clear the Lewis machine right there. Meanwhile, Challenger was taking a peek at Austin O'Neill down the backstretch of half a lap ago. Wasn't able to make anything happen with that. Meanwhile, further back, Justin Morton is side by side with Christian Abate for the 9th position. It looks like Morton is actually going to get ahead of that particular point on the outside. Dallas Vataska is going to follow along behind. And they're all going to get ahead of the Abate machine, who falls like 3 positions in one turn.
Yeah, not a good run for Christian Abate. We also saw that Austin O'Neill gave up the position to Christian Challoner at the front of this pack. And Challoner is in the slipstream of Fernando Borda now, so Challoner will move into the top 6 in due course, I'd imagine. Lead switches once again. Andrew Lewis back to 2nd spot. Let's see what Challoner can do. Started on pole position for this race. A brilliant run in the Fast 6. He's been middling in and around the back half of the top 10 for the majority of the race so far. Was competing up the front early, but deciding to prioritize strategy in the cautions rather than track position. Look at the track temperature. It's still fluctuating. It's back up to above 50 degrees Celsius. It must not be fun driving these cars out there right now.
They are slick, they are unhappy, and more importantly, there is not a cloud in the sky at this particular point. You can actually see where the fluctuations are when the clouds appears. Oh, the Lewis car has struck the wall. That is a big, big hit. I'd have to take another look at it. Did he get a meatball? Yes, he did.
Oh, no.
But the key thing is, he kept the car going. He does have that meatball. If he has the spare car, he can use it. But since he didn't bring out the caution, he's going to fall way back. He still has it? Okay, so take a look at it. Just right at the slipstream. Ouch! That's a big hit.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how well prepared the suspension components of these cars are to lateral side-on impacts, but that was just too much for Andrew Lewis, and he'll have to take that stop to get a spare car under green flag conditions. Well, that moves Challoner up into the top 6. Problem for Jordan Bazugli, meanwhile. He's fallen way down the order. No caution, though, because he's managed to keep the car going straight. But for how long will that remain? There is no front right on that machine. He won't be able to steer. What happened to Bazugli here? On the exit of turn 3, it seems. Too much apron, just catches the curb on the inside and wham! Into the safer barrier.
And he kept it straight, so even though he comes to a near complete stop on the backstretch, nobody was really around to detect that, so he's going to have to limp around as we now get a caution. The Lewis car has mayhem again. Coming out of the pits, what has gone wrong?
Looks like he just lost the rear end on the pit exit lane.
Did he make a boo-boo and forget to take tires on that pit stop?
Don't know, maybe, but probably a bit too aggressive here. See, just, the rear end just goes.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that access road that you have to use to merge onto the racetrack is completely flat. So if you're used to running 220 miles an hour up on the banking, you're not going to have any kind of lateral grip down there. And unfortunately, as he just took his spare car, he immediately junks it on the exit. That is day done, I think.
Yeah, I think so for Jordan Bazugli. So brings our retirements list up to 8. And, well, that's, man, I mean, by this point of the race, you are expecting a few retirements, but probably not that many.
Yeah, that's 8 retirements, all before lap number 100 is in the books. That's 8 positions that cars in splits number 2 and 3 will be have an opportunity to reclaim if they're running in the championship.
Very good point. Only 10 cars with fast repairs remaining, as the majority of the field is going to go for the pits, but Riley Thompson obviously elects to stay out, get his lap back. That's a good call from him there. But yeah, interesting to see who has decided to stay out here. The Evolve cars of looks like Nathan Medina along with Ozzy Milwane have decided to stay out, and Ozzy Milwane is going to move to the race lead here. Remember, he's already been out there for 19 laps. He was on the same strategy as everyone who's just come into the pits, so yeah, I'm interested to see what he can do from here.
Probably thinking that since they haven't had that much green flag running, his tires are probably still relatively fresh. So given where he was at that particular point, I'm looking at the order. Where is back half of the field? So, you know, why not roll the dice a little bit? Maybe get a little track position here.
Yeah, indeed. You never know. It could pay off. well, we are officially on lap 100 of 200. At the end of this lap, we will be halfway through the Majors Speedway 500. So those are the pit strategies there. Milwain, as you say, rolling the dice there. Medina and Lottridge have a little bit more of a margin to play with. They pitted 10 laps ago, but everyone behind them now on fresh tyres with a full fuel tank. Everyone from Will Height in 4th all the way down to Robert Northway in 23rd. Riley Thompson has made it back onto the lead lap, and he'll certainly be happy with that. And he's already been out there for 20 laps. He won't have long before he's required to come into the lane.
Yeah, look at the Medina and Lottridge pit strategies. That may not seem like a long time ago, but that was what, 2-3 cautions? It's been a while.
Yeah, certainly has. Caution periods do tend to drag on a bit when you end up having upwards of 11 of them. I think that's maybe the 12th caution that we've seen today. I'm not too sure. But it's getting a little bit ridiculous, I have to say.
Something has happened to the Austin O'Neill car. He just came to a complete stop. What has happened with this machine, I wonder?
Yeah, Austin O'Neill with a problem, it seems. Currently in the pits, he'd towed. So, what has gone on for him? He was running in the top 10. So, something happened ahead of him. There's a bit of a checkup starting to happen. It doesn't seem like much has gone on from there. Just lifts out. Are there no revs left in that thing? What's going on?
It does look like he might have stalled it. I wouldn't think he's running out of fuel, but if he has potentially tried to turn the engine off in an effort to save fuel, the problem is the car doesn't have an onboard starter, so when the anti-stall kicks in, you're not going to have any revs to work with.
Yeah, such as IndyCar. Formula One may have onboard starters now, but that's because they got hybrids. IndyCar is full-on turbo V6 glory. We are back to green flag racing at Indy, and Aussie Milwain is going to lead the way. It's a 1-2 at the moment for Evolve Sim Sports. He and Nathan Medina rolling the dice on strategy. Jason Lottridge has found his way up into 3rd spot, and he's going to try and go for it on one of the Evolve cars, stick in the slipstream of Nathan Medina, but the inside line is just losing too much pace right now. He's going to have to try again at some point. Don't forget about Chris Wilhite here, who we ride on board with. He has been up around the top all race long. And, there's a bit of racing going on behind, it seems. Christian Challoner trying to keep Justin Morton and Luke Santos behind him. That battle will work itself out by the time they get onto the straight. Challoner is, once again, forced into a position fighting his way back up.
Yep, didn't have the best of pit stops at that particular point, and especially with so many cars staying out, even the 3 cars that did, that puts Challenger back so far in the position that he's going to have to fight for every inch on the track. Meanwhile, up at the front, we were talking about earlier about how Indianapolis likes to pick her winners and thumbs her nose at some other people. Well, here's Evolve thumbing their nose right back at her.
Indeed, side by side between Aussie Milwain and Nathan Medina. They're maintaining the side by side. That's going to lose them a bit of time there. They're not doing the swap like we saw between the high side teammates before. Seems like Medina will take the lead for the time being, but look at that, moving up into 3rd for the briefest of moments is Chris Wilhite. He's going to try and get past Jason Lottridge here. Lottridge, despite being on older tyres, the outside line just comes to you beautifully. And Lawrence Shaughnessy is going to have a go at the former leader of this race, but for how long? Just got to keep an eye out. Got Alan Wilson behind, and Christian Challoner has made up lots of ground here with all of the single file fighting we've seen.
Lottridge is the best friend for Medina and Milwain right now. He was able to hold them up a good half a second right there, and now the snake has arisen. They're starting to shuffle back and forth along the straightaways, trying to break the slipstream. If these two cars at the front can break away, they'll be able to get their pit stop in if the pit cycle goes green the rest of the way.
Yeah, they are actually in a pretty good position right now, aren't they? They are breaking away from the field. Lottridge has been successful in keeping Wilhite behind him, and Challen has made life difficult for Shaughnessy and Wilson. Jake Fox is right with this pack as well. He's trying to chase down Christian Abate, who's had plenty of adventures so far in this race. Basically had the same pit stop and they're on the same strategy, but Fox is going to back out for just a few moments, lifts out a bit. Luke Santos, meanwhile, a bit further up the road, trying to keep Brenton Foster behind him, will succeed in that, but he has lost the position to Dallas Pataska, who now occupies the last position in the top 10. Oh, have a look at this too. Justin Morton, who's made his way back into the top 10 from some difficulties early on. Right up behind Fernando Borda, battling for 8th spot, but he's got an angry pack behind him. It's an aggressive run on the slipstream from Dallas Pataska, but he can't take advantage because the yellow flag is back out again. And who's it this time? Riley Thompson. It's the second time we've seen him have a big crash. Fortunately, he lands right side up, but the car is just too damaged to continue.
And he had just gotten back on the lead lap, able to stay out under that pit cycle. And unfortunately, I think that has bit him on the old tires, right behind multiple cars right there. Tries to go around to the outside, probably gets behind on the adjustments. Oh! Just nicks ever so slightly in the back. I don't know who that vehicle was, but we're going to increment the flip counter one more time, and we're going to go up to 2.
Wow. I was Julian Mookie that he made contact with. Mookie's just coming into the pit lane to get damage repaired. So, yeah. Mookie was trying to hold the inside there, but I don't know how to call that. Looking at the incident again, it seems like, I mean, Mookie was drifting up the circuit because that's the line you take, but Riley Thompson was probably a bit narrow on the exit as well. This is Mookie's onboard perspective, and you'll see Thompson come around the outside. I don't know how to call that one.
I think that's just going to be an accidental meeting of the minds. Mookie was pushing up because he was basically getting side drafted by the Thompson car. At the same time, Thompson was basically at the limit of where he can go, and then they just sort of kind of meet in the middle as we see 2 cars on the B strategy coming into the pits. Milwain and Lottridge will come down, leaving Nathan Medina all by himself up at the front.
Yeah, strategy split between the Evolve Sim Sports cars there. Gotta wonder how this is going to work out for Nathan Medina, because now he's going to have to take a pit stop under the next caution. And I say next caution because they've been happening so frequently and with such metronomic frequency as well that we can almost predict when they're going to happen. Lottridge, Nick Kuhn, Robert Northway, and Wayne Hutchison all making their way into the box. Lottridge's pit stop is complete. Ozzy Milwain was out there for 28 laps, which is round about what we're expecting a stint to last when you're running full rich the whole way through. So Milwain at the moment looks like it'll be 2 stops to the end, 3 maybe?
Yeah, so if we go from 110 to about, say, 140, pit one more time, that gets you to 170. So yeah, you're looking at exactly 2 pit stops from here on out, starting now. But with the track being as hot as it is, I don't think any of these guys have experienced these kind of conditions before today. I don't know if pitting now is necessarily the best idea. I'm liking what Medina is doing. He's staying up front as long as he can, and if he could break away like he did on the previous restart, he might be in an advantageous position where he could he can dictate the pace or dictate the terms of the next pit strategy.
Yeah, potentially. The situation for Medina, though, is interesting because obviously he's used a bit more fuel than everyone behind him. He'll have a lighter car, but he'll also have more worn tires. I suppose the other side of that is he will have clear air ahead of him, so he doesn't have to worry too much about getting stuck behind someone. Maybe if Will Height decides to be aggressive and make a move on him, he can try and slot in behind and do the swap dance, but Shaughnessy and Wilson are still right there, and they might want to help Will Height along.
Yeah, most likely with 3 team cars right there up against one solo driver, essentially at this point, it would be better for the 3 to try to drop kick the 1 back. But also, keep in mind, guess who's back at P number 5 right there? Good old Christian Challenger is back at the top 5. So that could complicate matters for the high side team. If Challenger gets up front, he may be able to just go away.
Yeah, remember Challenger trimmed out his car in the Fast 6 session. He's certainly got a very fast, slippery car underneath him. Robert Northway, meanwhile, his 16th pit stop of the race. Remember, Northway was leading for a period early on. He's certainly been going for the pit whenever possible strategy.
If he's taking tires every single pit stop, his pit crew is probably very upset at him because those tires are very heavy monstrosities, about 50, 60 pounds. Think back to last year in the Indy 500 as we get the restart lap 110. Those things can fly when they are ejected at a high velocity.
Indeed they can. Back to green flag racing then, and Challenger will hold on to his position in the top 5 here in the slipstream of Alan Wilson. And they're starting to leave behind the pack headed by Fernando Borda for P6. Borda under pressure from Justin Morton. Aggressive slipstream from Dallas Bataska. He'll get up the inside of Morton here, but he won't be able to take 7th spot. Just has to lift out of it. And Brenton Foster, meanwhile, will take advantage and use the high line to potentially draft around him, and he certainly does. But Border going defensive versus Morton? No. Actually, a bit of a tactical lift there.
But more importantly, Luke Santos makes contact with Dallas Bataska, went to the inside, didn't lift. They somehow keep it going. That was a nat 20 on a saving throw if I ever see one. They are going to keep the fight going as the field in front of them keeps on the snaking.
Wow, yeah, Santos is certainly not done with this. He's trying to get to the run out of turn 3, but just can't do it. Bataska will stay stalwart into the end of the 112th lap as the snake starts to come out of the basket here. Alan Wilson holding on versus Lawrence Shaughnessy. Challenger has not been aggressive on this restart. He's looked pretty comfortable just sitting in the top 5, potentially turning the fuel mixture down and allowing himself a bit more of a margin to play with at his next stop.
About a half-second gap has opened up at the front with another 0.7 of a second back to P3. That has offered these guys an opportunity just to chill out a little bit while Medina runs away, trying to burn the fuel off as fast as he can, try to get to his next pit stop. Will Height going to close in for the battle for the lead for the time being, but not able to do anything at this point. Looking at the... Where are we right here? Oh, I see the Austin O'Neill car. I see Jake Fox back at P number 12. These cars obviously not having as fun of a day. Take a look at Phil Lauder right here, getting side by side with the Duncan McCamick machine right there. Excellent recovery out of that for right now. Phil Otto, clear McCamick thinks better of it. Almost scrapes the ball, but they live to drive another lap.
That they do, and that little exchange has allowed Jake Fox to gain something here, and he's in the slipstream of Austin O'Neill. Will McCamick go for it on Otto? Not at turn 1. Seems like he's just waiting for the next chance. And you see how much of a gap Jake Fox has now, and he is well within slipstream range of the cars ahead. This is the battle for 12th place, and if you put them all together, I mean, it is basically the battle for the lead. Every car from 1st to 21st is within a second of each other.
And that's going to be where the difference is going to be made. Even though they're very close together, the fuel consumption is going to be radically different from first back to this position right here. As we see Medina still hanging on to that lead right now with just 0.3 of a second gap to Chris Wilhite. I would imagine Wilhite at the moment, as we look at some of the extended visits to pit road, some of the cars, I guess they're trying to figure out how to load these things back a little hauler. They don't exactly fit the way they did when they rolled off. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, these guys up front trying to do the math with Medina on the alternate strategy. He's probably going to have to pit in the next 10 to 12 laps for green flag service. And I will be interested to see if we actually make it there, where he comes out in relation to the leader.
Yeah, I'll be interested as well. We wait with bated breath to see what Nathan Medina does. Does he decide to pit now or give it a little bit extra to make it one solid pit stop to the end? As things stand right now, if you wanted to make it home on one stop, you would be looking at seems 40 lap stints, which is actually properly impossible in these cars unless it's dominated by cautions. So keep an eye out for him. 2 pit stops to the end projected for Nathan Medina. Now, more fighting going on here. The dog bear car of Nick Kuhn has made up quite a few spots, but Aussie Milwain will not let him have the 17th place running.
These cars are on strategy number 3. These have last pitted under the most recent caution, and they are about 9 to 10 laps into the stint. Again, they're still 2 pit stops away from completing the race, but more importantly, if it does somehow manage to go green, and I'm highly doubting that, those guys will be able to take far less fuel on that final pit stop, potentially leaving off the jack instead of having to wait for the fuel tank.
Yeah, indeed. We're hearing that at the exit of turn 2 on the last lap, Duncan McCamick had a big whack of the wall, and that's exactly what happened to him right there. Just dealing with understeer in these mid stages of the race. The track temperature's been hovering at around 52 degrees Celsius for the last 20 minutes or so. There's been minor fluctuations, but it's stayed generally very consistent. Side by side right now, the Evolve car out of the exit of turn 4. Nick Kuhn is trying his best to hold on to something here in the dog bear number 19, and let's see what Aussie Milwain can do to fend him off here. Milwain, remember, pitted at the same time as Kuhn and Lottridge, and we'll see which of them has tyres in the best shape here. Right now I think it's advantage Milwain, but we know that Nick Kuhn is very pacey here tonight. Another view here of another wall hit. This time, looks like it's Brenton Foster who's found the wall there, just giving the safer barrier a love tap. Foster currently running in P8, trying to chase down Fernando Borda.
Yeah, a little scrape like that isn't going to hurt you too badly at this stage of the game. I would imagine the mechanic strike a few laps ago might have done a little bit of damage to the suspension, possibly push that wheel in, change the handling of the car in the draft at this point. But Brendan Foster having a nice recovery. I think he's had a few mishaps along the way, but he's up into the side of the top 10, having a good run. Also making his way up to the top 10 after having to go through the bump queue. Dallas Pataska up 17 positions from where he started, having a very great recovery at this particular point. Ooh, did it look like Foster scraped the wall again entering the corner?
Yeah, potentially did. This will give a bit more momentum to Dallas Pataska, who, remember, started from the pits, I believe. So he's got all the world ahead of him, up from 26th to P9. Lovely stuff indeed. Can he end up catching up? Pataska currently has the most positions gained in the whole field, closely followed by Phil Otto and Nick Kuhn, Jason Lottridge and Luke Santos, 12 and 10 positions gained respectively. And now everyone is searching for draft, that little bit of slipstream that'll help you along in the second half of this race. Joseph Homan, a driver we've been monitoring for quite some time. Homan currently a lap down. He's 22 laps into his stint now. So I'd be expecting him to jump into the pits sometime soon. Will he be able to work his strategy out in such a way that he might get a wave around?
The lap he's pitted on puts him in line with cars such as Will Hythe, Wilson, and Shawnese in that primary strategy. But being that he is a lap down, he's kind of hoping that maybe we get another caution at some point and then he could take a wave around, try to get back on the lead lap. But it's kind of, it sounds strange, but it kind of has a green flag feel to it at this particular point, knock on wood, as the Bakama car has a little bit of an internet latency issue. Disappears back and forth briefly before coming back. That is very unnerving if you are driving one of these vehicles, because these cars are so aero dependent. When that car blinks out of existence, you momentarily will get the entire clean air coming over your wing, and when that happens, the car will oscillate when that happens.
Yeah, it's something you don't want happening at these speeds around this circuit. Well, now that we are on a reasonable green flag run right now, Nathan Medina has made it 34 laps on his fuel tank right now. So we're expecting him to come in very soon. Nick Kuhn, meanwhile, continuing to chase down the last positions in the top 17. What will he do versus Ozzy Milwane? He backs off coming into turn 3. I think a strategized drive from Nick at the moment. I don't think he was expecting too much from this race, but it's coming to him.
Definitely. Even though he started sort of kind of in the back at 32nd place, having to come through the qualifying, he's taking advantage of other people's misfortunes to be able to work his way up to the midfield. And if you're still driving, a little bit of a script the wall out of the Evolved machine right there. Millweight, I think it is still. Being able to just, if you're in the race, you have a chance at this point. Meanwhile, up front, Nathan Medina pits from the lead, 35.9 laps on that stint.
I think this is our first green flag pit stop of the entire night. That is amazing stuff. Nathan Medina will be a loner for the time being. No one else is joining him in the pits here. Gonna get a view here of another one of the Evolve cars there, just tapping the wall. It's certainly been a difficult race for Evolve. Austin Milwane, meanwhile, back up into 16th place now, pitting 18 laps ago. He's very much off strategy compared to everyone else here, but 28 laps have just been completed by Chris Wilhite, so depending on how much he'd been saving in the draft, if he'd been saving at all, I don't know. Let's see if he can actually make up some ground.
So looking at where Medina merged back onto the track, he merged about 3 seconds ahead of where he pitted, and then he had about a 1.2 second lead. So for a full pit cycle, you don't lose a lap. So what Wilhite is hoping to do is try to close this gap as best he can to get up to Medina, and then use that car as a drafting partner until his pit stop. But with only about 3 to 5 laps left in the stint, I don't see that happening. But we'll see if the pit cycle's through all the way. We have a chance.
Yeah, we do, and hopefully that chance remains. Christian Challoner now up into 4th place thanks to the pit stop there. Looks like Duncan McCamick has jumped back into the pit lane as well. He's been there for a bit now. and doesn't look like he'll be reappearing anytime soon. But we'll keep an eye on Challoner as he chases down Lawrence Shaughnessy here. Lawrence, another one of the drivers that's had great gains in this race. He started in 11th, now in 3rd. And for Challoner, well, you can tell that he certainly trimmed this car out. I want to see the speed coming into turn 3. As, oh dear, that's bad news for Duncan McCamick. He actually reached the incident limit and was disqualified.
That incident limit is set at 26x. I am surprised that any of these vehicles managed to get to that incident limit, because usually if you get caught in a collision, that's a 4 incident points per car collision. If you get in 2 crashes, that's maybe 8x, but your car's destroyed. So it's kind of a miracle that that machine has survived for so long to get to that point.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll keep our eyes peeled on Brenton Foster chasing down Fernando Borda. Seems like there's some pace here in the hands of Brenton Foster. His last lap was a solid 10th and a half faster than Fernando Borda's. So let's see what he can do coming out of turns 3 and 4. Is there enough space? Is there enough proximity for a good slingshot coming into turn 1? There isn't, because Borla is going for the pits.
If Borda has a strategist, I think he's taken a look at Medina's last few laps. Medina's been running 41.2s this whole 4-lap stint he's on so far. Everybody in the lead is almost down to the 42-second bracket. So Medina not only was able to get out several seconds ahead of where he pitted, he's also able to run away to make it to the pits. There it is. Look at right there. Look at these lap time differences as we get a message in the pits. It looks like there was a meatball issue for the 455 and didn't serve it.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Duncan explaining that the race was over if he had to do it under caution, so he just prayed for a yellow and it did not come. Justin Morton and Christian Abate, meanwhile, making green flag pit stops here. They've made it 33 laps. Looks like the likes of Wilhite, Wilson, Shaughnessy and Challoner are going to make it at least 34 here. Wilhite coming across the line again. Some crucial fuel saving being done off that restart, but now the cars have filtered out into the pits or behind. And Chris Wilhite is looking reasonably comfortable in the lead right now, but you see the pace difference there between the top 4 and the rest of them. Foster, Pataska and Santos, 5th, 6th and 7th. They have got a lot of work to do if they want to get up to these guys.
Yep, I think we're going to see how powerful this undercut is going to be with multiple cars coming into the pits. Some calls to go to the pits from the stock car specialists. They're about to come into the pits here. But as the cycle proceeds further, let's see if they're able to make a better pit stop out of it.
Here we go then into the pits. Coming Lawrence Shaughnessy, the first of our real top group to bite the bullet and make his way into the pits. 35 laps completed on that stint. Where does he come out? How much service is he taking? Shaughnessy has just put in his pit box, and unfortunately he's had to reverse back in. He overshot it. That'll cost him some valuable time in these battles, especially if the race stays green.
It's just a couple inches over, but it's a whole second or two trying to back it up to get that service legally filled. Wilhite, Wilson, and Challoner will come into the pits next. So Shaughnessy is probably going to fall behind these guys by about 1 second apiece. Medina starting to cycle his way back to the front. The top 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 10 cars coming to the pits right here.
Oh gosh, so many. Well, Ozzy Milwain, no surprise, he stays out. Nick Kuhn as well. They want to try and get track position for the time being. Lottridge, Hutchison, and Northway also abstain from a pit stop. Man, Nick is really chasing down Ozzy, isn't he? As we get a replay of what happened here in the pits. Yeah, just reversing back into the pit lane. Lawrence Shaughnessy is not having a nice time right now.
But it's a small mistake. You can come back from those. And we've seen some really big incidents happen over the course of this race. So, yes, it may be 1 or 2 seconds, but you can recover. So, we'll see as they cycle through. We have about 5 cars left that was on the strategy 3. They are currently about 28, 29 laps on the fuel cycle before Medina will cycle his way back to the lead. And he's built, but Medina, more importantly, has built up about a 5-second gap to the car behind, which is the Chris Wilhite machine.
Yeah, interesting stuff from Nathan Medina. He could be an outside chance to win the Speedway 500 here, but we check out Fernando Borda. He's still chasing down for effective second spot right now. He is 4 laps off in terms of strategy, but he's working himself hard. He was the fastest car on track last time around. Ozzy Milwain versus Nick Kuhn, meanwhile, is coming out of the pits. I'm not too sure who that is. It looks to be Joseph Homan, who has been continuing to potter around at the back of the field and grab fuel whenever he needs it, whenever there is a caution. That has calmed down the battle between Milwain and Kuhn for now.
Holman again was on the main strategy at that particular point, but he goes a second lap down. It's going to be very difficult to crawl back from that far back this late in the going, even though there's still 60 laps left in this race. But meanwhile, still looking at the Milwain, Kuhn, Hutchison, Lottridge, Northway cars, they're still staying out at this particular point, but looks like Borda has managed to get around Wilhite for second on the road in terms of the pit cycle.
Yeah, good job there. Let's see what Darren... sorry, my apologies. Just completely lost my train of thought for a moment. Pit stop. Here we go. Ozzy Milwain. He's finally coming to the pits after 31 laps out on track right now. And now we just wait to see what Kuhn, Hutchison, Lottridge, and Northway do. Medina, 13 laps complete, will move on past. He is basically the effective race leader right now. Hutchison and Lottridge are getting closer and closer together out on track right now. 42.0 on the last lap from Hutchison. Lottridge only 0.02 of a second slower. Do either of them come into the pits this time? They do not. And Jason Lottridge will continue chasing him down. Robert Northway, don't forget about him. He's pretty much on the same strategy.
I think the idea behind Milwain pitting at that particular point, he can divide the race evenly on the last pit stop. He'll do 2 30-lap stints. Take a look at the weather real quick. It's kind of holding station right there at 52°C on the track temperature. But why is Milwain still in the pits?
Yeah, that's not what I expected to see there from Ozzy Milwain. This is difficult. Very difficult indeed. Has there been some problem that we've missed?
Is it possible he got a speeding ticket on the way in, and if he tried to take service, he gets a 40-second time penalty?
I don't see anything. That's odd there. Pit stops don't usually take that long. He did have to reverse back into his pit box. So yeah, I'm not. I don't see what could have gone wrong there.
Not sure, and without a report, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, 2 more cars have come to the pit road and have left with service. Northway and Lottridge will cycle back to the 18th and 19th positions respectively. Hutchison has come in from the lead, and as well as Nick Kuhn, they will trade the lead back and forth on the pit roads. And Medina has cycled his way back to the front with a 5.5 second advantage.
Well, could this be redemption for Evolve Sim Sports is the big question. 16 laps completed on a green flag pit stop. This is the longest green flag run we've had in the entire race so far. We're coming up on 3/4 race distance, and considering the average pit stop length of anywhere from 27 to 31 laps, I'm wondering. I'm definitely wondering. It could be a splash and dash for Medina to the end. He might be hoping for a caution.
Starting lap number 18 on this particular stint, if he goes all the way, so that'll be another 16 laps, I want to say, he could probably fill up the tank and then try to stretch the distance. I mean, he has a 5-second lead. He could easily put that in a leaner fuel map, try to save what fuel he can. He's still running very competitive lap times. 41.335 was his last lap, compared to Fernando Borda behind him running 41.2. Not much of a difference right there. I think Medina, if we don't get a caution, is in a very advantageous position right here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled on him and see what he does if the race stays green. I mean, I'm just going to check through the lap count here. I mean, the last time we saw a caution was back on about lap 127 or something like that, unless I'm getting my caution lap counts wrong. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen a caution since lap 108, 109. There's just been so much intrigue going on in this event. I've lost track of where the cautions have been coming from, how long they've been, how many they've been. It's honestly the first half of this race, Lynn. It was dominated by cautions, and we sort of got into that rhythm, didn't we? 10 laps caution, 8 laps caution. I'm just flummoxed that the race has gotten to a point now where we've got this long green flag run. I think part of it is due to how many drivers have used their spare car already. No one wants to really push things right now.
That, and the track is basically at its hottest at this particular point. The air temperature has been trying to get up a further degree. 81 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's been teasing 82 for a little bit, except for the cloud cover that occasionally pops up. At this point, I think the drivers have finally gotten used to what the track is going to give them, and they're just trying to drive within their limits. Hopefully it keeps going from here on out, because at risk of making a really bad comparison, this is kind of like the part of the action movie where it's the long chase sequence. The hero is trying to run away from all of the bad guys. He's got a breather. Now can he get it to the finish line before the big crescendo?
Indeed. Here comes Christian Challoner on Alan Wilson. This is a battle that we haven't seen come to the fore in quite some time. And this time it's for the last position in the top 4, just off the podium. Chris Wilhite and Fernando Borda still running closely with each other, but I suppose 2 solo acts running at the same time, those two. This is a real battle between Alan Wilson and Christian Challoner. And remember, once again, they are on the same strategy. They only pitted 12 laps ago, so they have a bit more to play with than the likes of Nathan Medina. They can afford to be, I think, a little more aggressive on fuel strategy. Look at how much Challoner caught up there coming into turn 1. That's how far ahead Medina is. 41.291 on the last lap. Wilson and Challoner are running a few tenths slower than that. This is going to be an interesting conclusion to the first 3/4 of this race, as Challoner is going to go for the dive at turn 3.
But he can't get clear. Wilson hangs tough on the outside, but unfortunately has no choice but to give up the position right there. Advantage Challoner for the moment. Does Wilson have an answer back on the front stretch? The drums are starting to beat again. We're gonna get a good finish out of this, I think. But again, the strategy. Medina has to run the tank out 2 more times. These guys have the luxury of making their last pit stop whenever they darn well please, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Challoner, now that he's made the move, seems like Alan Wilson doesn't have much of an immediate response. There's potential here that he's just saving the tyres for another long run at it. There's still a long way to go in this race. Medina has already crossed the line to start the 151st lap. We officially have a quarter of the race to go. 25% of an Indy 500 left to run. And this is, as almost always happens at Indy, a battle of fuel strategy.
It's who's got the tactics down, who has the plan to make it through. Challoner making that position gets him into clean air. He's 3 seconds adrift of the Wilhite car, and at the moment, Wilhite is actually 0.4 of a second a lap faster than Challoner, but that was after Challoner just got clear of the Wilson car. So let's see what this lap is right here, coming to start the next lap. Only a 4.71, so I'm thinking Wilhite is at the advantage at this particular point as we take a look at the Shaughnessy car back here for the 7th position. Luke Santos, remember, had a little encounter with Dallas Matasca earlier. I wonder if these cars have a little bit of damage.
Yeah, maybe they're just backing off a little bit, trying to preserve the cars until the next pit stop, see if they can twist the wrenches a little bit in the pit lane and get some damage repaired. The majority of cars in the field have already used their fast repairs, and so, you get a little bit of damage on the car. You don't want to push too hard, otherwise you'll end up with way too much damage to continue, and you won't have that saving throw. Pataska is catching Brenton Foster at a rate of knots. It's 2/10 that he gained on the last lap. This is a proper fight ahead too. It's actually a 4-car train, really. Oh, there's been a problem for Bevan Moyes. It looks like he just pulled over. Something's gone on here for Bevan. Let's see what happened here, Lynn. So he comes out of turn 2, and has he got a flat tire? No, he hasn't. Oh, he just disappears.
You know what? I wonder if that's a mechanical failure and he hit the Alt F4 button combination to eject the sim out of the process. That is about the safest way you can escape a steering wheel going mayhem in your hands if you're using a direct drive wheel.
Maybe the onboard would tell the full story there. We could check his steering inputs. Maybe Jay is queuing that up in the background. Intriguing incident there, but man, Bevan got a feel for him. He's been up and down the field for the majority of this race, and certainly you don't want to be going backwards in Speedway 500. So it'll happen on the exit here, and I don't see the wheel locking into place. Oh, but maybe he couldn't shift up into 6th. I don't know what the deal was there. That confuses me.
I don't think it would necessarily be an issue if he was stuck in 5th gear, because that car would be able to continue. Meanwhile, up in the front, Nathan Medina has pitted at exactly 29 laps into stint. I think he's running full rich, because that's about the limit of where the fuel map 1 can go, and he's going to cycle his way down the running order. I'm gonna need a report from the Moyes pit about what happened exactly to him. Meanwhile, Medina is gonna top off the tank completely full of fuel, looking for a 10-second stop right here.
9.9.
Leaves right as the tank fills up. It is lap 156 at this particular point. He's gonna be looking at a 30-lap stint right here, and then 20 laps to the end.
All right. He's locked himself into that. Is it going to be enough? Will there be a late race caution to shake things up here in the battle for the win of the Majors Speedway 500? Justin Morton has got it all to play for here. He's getting chased down by Lawrence Shaughnessy. There's 2 laps difference in fuel usage and tyre life between these cars. Morton on the slightly older tyres. I'm not too sure of the sheer drop-off of the tyres in these cars, but Shaughnessy is, well, he's looking aggressive down the straights, but he's not going for it in the turns. Maybe just biding his time? Hard to say. Further back, and this is quite the battle. Looks like Brenton Foster, Dallas Pataska, and Luke Santos are just trying to chase these guys down. And if they go side by side through turn 1, then maybe that'll offer them the chance. The swap is made. Will Justin Morton fight back instantly? Look at how close Foster is now.
I don't know if Morton's going to have any energy to fight this because, again, he is about 3 laps ahead on the stint. So he will need to save a little bit of fuel if he wants to pit along with these guys. And he's going to fall right back to the formation right here. Foster, not really able to do anything at this particular point. 22 laps into his stint. I think these guys are all saving fuel in comparison to Nathan Medina. The last lap for Medina, the first flying lap, was a 41.529. Losing a little bit of ground, but not as much. Shaughnessy trying to work this field forward.
Yeah, well, is there going to be a response from Justin Morton? They all stick in line here coming out of the second turn here. And Morton will stay in the slipstream, but look at it, he's lifting off. And it looks like the same is true for Brenton Foster. They are all saving fuel right now, it seems. They're trying to stretch this one out. They want to make it, so we've got 41 laps to go at the end of the next lap for these guys. The fuel stint max is... Oh, okay. All right, I'll finish that point another time. Here comes Brenton Foster trying to make moves in this pack. Seems like he wants to be the one drafting with Lawrence Shaughnessy at the front. But, if these guys are running full rich, which I'm not saying they are, if they can make it another 5 or so laps from here, 35 laps from the end, I mean, they're going to have to save a bit more in this stint if they want to make it home with only one more stop.
Another thing to keep in mind, Medina came out into traffic and he hasn't been able to take advantage of those fresh tires. He's stuck in the 41.5 second bracket. Meanwhile, cars like Fernando Borda, Chris Wright, Challenger, all running faster than him at this particular point. So, yeah, you could try to stretch the fuel out here if you're these guys. These guys are lifting massively. They're back into the 42.3 second bracket. That may be worth a couple of tenths of fuel as the Borda car has come to the pits, running it bone dry, 30 laps on that stint. He's locked into another strategy right here.
Yeah, then, I mean, the only thing that'll save him here is a caution. Otherwise, he is going to have to make a splash and dash right at the end. Fernando Borda has had a very adventurous first race in the Majors Series. 39 laps to go here at Indianapolis, and full-on 10-second long pit stop there for Borda. He has filled the car up and is going to try and stretch this one as far as he possibly can. Maybe hope for a drafting buddy. He might have just gotten one because Nathan Medina is in front of him, obviously. For position. So you never know. You could see both of them start to move their way up.
But the key thing to remember, that was about a 4 to 5 second lead that Medina had on the Borda car right there. And look at it now. It's 1 to 2 seconds. So yeah. I think the advantage has now tilted back in Borda's favor because not only does Medina have to go all the way on the stint, but Borda, when he does make his pit stop, can leave on the jack, just taking tires. He'll spend about 2 to 3 seconds less on pit road than when Medina has to pit the next time.
Yeah, so advantage Fernando Borda. And look at the pit stop time comparison there. Border actually had a much better run through pit lane comparatively. Longer pit stop time, but exactly the same pit lane time. Another pitter, Christian Abate, and it looks like Gavin Barber has followed him into the pit lane. Gav Barber has certainly been in the wars in this one. He's made it 28 laps. Christian Abate has stretched that stint all the way out to 31 laps. But to say nothing of Justin Morton, who's now on his 32nd lap in 7th spot. The fuel saving in the slipstream really helping Morton there.
But I don't know if it's going to be too little too late for Morton. Even though he's at 31 laps, he's now in clean air, so he's going to be having to consume what is left of his fuel at an increased rate. I think he's going to have to pit in the next 1 or 2 laps, and that's going to put him just outside the window of making it on this stop. Meanwhile, the Wilhite, Challenger, Wilson, Foster, Shaughnessy, Pataska, all within a position, if they were saving that entire stint, and there's no reason to believe that they weren't, they might be able to stretch it just far enough.
So we'll wait with bated breath to see who can stretch it out of that pack. Nick Kuhn versus Phil Otto, meanwhile, 10th and 11th. Phil Otto, we're expecting, is going to be the one to pit first here, as Morton will finally come into the lane. Same for Santos, same for Jake Fox as well, all jumping in. We're expecting full tanks from these guys, potentially. 35 laps to go. Even if you're saving fuel in the draft, that's just too long a stint for these cars. But it seems like Santos had a bit of a quicker pit stop than both Morton and Fox. It's not going to gain him anything in terms of position, but you never know. Christian Challenger, meanwhile, that's very crucial, coming into the pit lane from a top 3 position.
He was able to run 31 laps on that last stint. At 34 laps to go, it's going to be a stretch, even in the leanest fuel map you can think of. Austin O'Neill will come into the pits as well, possibly to help Challenger out, I would think. But Challenger goes down in a way. Timing is a little messed up, but I think that was a full service for Challenger.
Yeah, let me check. Looks like, maybe a little bit less than a full service. He was only stopped for 8.4 seconds on my end. I don't know what Challenger's plan is here. Maybe, I think he might be committing to one more pit stop to go here. And of course, all of this depends on whether the race stays green. There is a chance that we may have a late race caution, and the drivers that are in trouble of having to make a splash and dash might get away with it.
Get away with it indeed. Meanwhile, the Foster and Shaughnessy cars have pitted. Those are all, and along with Phil Otto, they've all made it 32 laps, although 33 with Shaughnessy. So every lap that goes on, Wilhite comes to the pits, 33 laps to go. Every lap that they can make it further is one less lap they have to worry about. And as you say, Challenger spent 2 less seconds in the pits. If he's committed to having one more pit stop, he's going to be using that pit stop to leapfrog his way to potentially waiting on either tires, or he might try to go 30, 35 laps on one set of tires right here.
Yeah, we haven't really talked all that much about how long tires last. The conversation has been dominated by fuel, hasn't it? I mean, that is usually the deciding factor as a 33-lap stint comes to an end for Alan Wilson. Make that 34 laps if he makes it past the start-finish line by the time he gets to his box, which I'm pretty sure he will. Now, let's see what this pit stop's going to be, because we've seen a variance of strategies from drivers in the top 10. Medina is currently in 6th and about coming up to 14 laps in this stint. He's the one remaining hope for Evolve Sim Sports, chasing down Jason Lottridge, who has been out there now for 28 laps. We're expecting Lottridge to pit very soon indeed. And when it comes to cars that have been out there for a long time, I think Lottridge might be one of the best placed. Same for Nick Kuhn and Robert Northway. They'll definitely be able to make it to the end from here.
I don't know about Lottridge. He had some kind of issue. He was only going 185
Yeah.
miles an hour in turns 1 and 2. He had an issue. But if you want to take a surprise, take a look at the front 3. We have Nick Kuhn, Robert Northway, and Wayne Hutchison. 2 Dogbear cars, and Northway. These guys are going to be surprising here. They are only 28 to 29 laps into the stint. They can comfortably get to where they only need one more pit stop to go wide open to the finish.
Indeed, they can. This is very intriguing, and Robert Northway, I think, is Wayne Hutchison here behind Robert Northway is thanking his lucky stars that he's in the slipstream. He can save a bit of fuel. He can potentially extend that fuel stint. Ends up passing Robert Northway as Northway is coming into the lane here. Northway completing 30 laps. Let's see how much fuel he's going to put in. I'm expecting a full tank from here. 29 laps to go here at Indianapolis. Northway will just make it.
Yep, he could probably go to fuel map 1 the rest of the race and be able to make it on here. He fills the tank up all the way. Meanwhile, Hutchison just 6 seconds adrift of Nick Kuhn, who has assumed the race lead over this cycle. Yes, they got to pit one more time, but they have the luxury of being able to, for every lap that they can complete on the track here, that's a little less time they can spend on pit road, as Nick Kuhn will jump into the pits right here.
And Wayne Hutchison, who we saw lapping behind Robert Northway, is going to use that fuel save to make it one more lap at least. Christian Challoner still battling with Alan Wilson for a position in the top 5. Remember, Challoner, we're thinking, has committed to one more splash and dash stop. Has that been the right move? Right now, assuming the race stays green, probably not. Question is, where is he going to finish? Because, man, he was leading the championship coming into this round, and we were talking about P2 and the championship being so close, but not having a great time here today. Maybe Challoner's advantage that he could have gained will almost be eliminated if he finishes down the order. Hutchison finally makes his way into the pit lane, and I think we're going to be seeing slightly quicker pit stop. 9.7. It's only about a tenth that he's gained there, but he has put a little less fuel in the car. Doesn't have to complete as many laps. So Medina will move back into the race lead. Fernando Borda, meanwhile, he's only been out there 13 laps compared to Nathan Medina's 19. We are setting up here with 25 laps remaining next time they cross the line for an intriguing finish. This is why I love the Speedway 500. So much variance, and it all comes together right at the end.
Yep. So many individual strategies have now coalesced into one goal, trying to be the last man standing at the very end. Currently, right now, Nathan Medina, Fernando Borda, yes, they are 1 and 2. The problem is they're underwater on the strategy. They have to come in at some point in the future. Chris Wilhythe, Alan Wilson, Christian Challoner, Luke Santos, Lawrence Shaughnessy, all within about a 4-lap difference in terms of strategy, 6 to 10 laps. They might can stretch it the rest of the way. Some of the cars might run out. But then you look further back. Wade Hutchison just pitting, coming out in 17th. He can go wide open the rest of the way. If he gets some clean air, he has an opportunity to make up some time. So when these guys do come to the pit road, he can leapfrog them on the track and try to steal one away from the rest of them.
Medina will come in for his final pit stop with 25 laps to go. He managed to make 21 laps on that stint. How much longer will Fernando Borda go? Well, he's completed 15 laps so far. There's 23 to go. Will he respond is the question. Right now, Chris Wilhythe, 8.5 laps into his stint. Might have to save a bit of fuel. I think Wilhythe will be hoping that he can run behind Borda for a little bit longer, just so he can make sure he gets it home.
Yeah, at this point, Medina, 8-second stop, saves a couple of seconds on the pit cycle, but meanwhile, Wilhite is basically just going to have to sit here and hope that Borda doesn't also try to go for the undercut with Medina. Borda stays out for this particular point. Wilhite doing everything he can to save fuel right here. I think he's in fuel map 5. I think he's lifting pretty deep into the corner, trying to save whatever fuel he can get right here. He's committed to this, I think.
Yeah, but imagine if you're in Will Hite's position and you see Border dive into the pits ahead of you, then your coattails have been wrenched out of your grasp. Out of turn 4, Border's going to continue to stay out here, make it 17 laps. I'm wondering if Border is going to run that tank dry or decide to pit early. I suppose pitting earlier would be the better option because there's always the possibility of a late race caution. Shaughnessy versus Pataska, meanwhile, for 6th and 7th, 11 and 10 laps out of the pits respectively. These guys are going to have to do a little bit of fuel saving if they want to make it home.
Yep, so they're going to be, they don't have a lot of friends around them, either lead lap cars or lap down cars that they can draft behind. So they're going to have to swap back and forth to be able to save enough fuel. Meanwhile, back at the front, Borda, with the lead, is trying to catch a lap car in front of him. The Lottridge machine currently sitting P18 on the tail end of the lead lap. If he can get there, he can save a little bit of fuel, but at the same time, he's also dragging the Wilhite car along, and he can also ride in Lottridge's coattails to save that same fuel map.
Yeah, indeed. Hutchison will manage to clear Lottridge and gain an advantage. Pataska versus Shaughnessy still going on here. Man, these guys really are in no man's land, aren't they? They've got 3 seconds or 3-something seconds ahead to Luke Santos, about 5 seconds back to Jake Fox. You're right, Lynn, they really don't have anyone to help them here. And, well, I think Pataska, as the lead car in this pack, is at the biggest disadvantage. Yes, he pitted a lap later than Shaughnessy, but he'll be using a lot more fuel here. Can Shaughnessy go for the move in turn 1, though? That's interesting. I wasn't expecting him to do that. They're going to remain side by side in turn 2. Well, I suppose Pataska now has a little lifeline. He can save a little more now, too.
Yeah, and I think Pataska, in that particular point, was just basically decided, you know what, I want this car ahead of me, I'm lifting, you go, I follow, and then we'll try to make it work out. Meanwhile, I'm looking back at the Medina car. Again, just coming out of the pits, 4 laps into the stint, he's losing ground to everybody in front, so I wonder if he didn't get the tank filled up all of the way, or is he stuck in traffic of some sort?
Well, he is in the middle of a pack as Pataska will move back ahead of Shaughnessy. I think they might be starting to do the old trade there. Medina does look like is in traffic, but look at how much Fernando Porta is faster there. Man, that is a ridiculous gap there. It's gaining 0.5 of a second every single lap. Medina, I think, is in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Lottridge and Hutchison running side by side for 16th and 17th, and just from my perspective, I'm thinking that Wayne Hutchison is the best placed of everyone out here. He probably doesn't want to shake Lottridge at all. Maybe wants to save a little bit more just to make sure he gets it home. Shaughnessy, meanwhile, back ahead of Dallas Pataska. They're starting to get a bit more racy here with 18 laps to go.
I think the plan for Borda at the moment is he knows he has to pit at some point within the next 10 laps, so why not run as hard as you can?
Yeah.
Try to clear some of these cars, even though they will get their lap back in the pit cycle. As we've seen, if you do full service, you will reappear in the front of the field as Dallas Pataska goes back inside again for the position. When you pit, you come back out about 3 seconds ahead of where you were. So physically speaking, Borda is trying to gain track position on these guys ahead of him as we see more cars to the pit road.
Yeah, Jake Fox, Gavin Barber, and Joseph Homan Homan, we thought, would be a bit of a wild card in this race, but he's been mired in a couple of issues mid-race, and well, now he's just doing an 8.5 second stop, or near enough, actually 7.8 seconds stopped in the lane. He just needs to do a little splash and dash, enough for 16 more laps, and he can run full rich right to the end, see if he can gain anything at all, maybe break further into the top 15. Robert Northway, meanwhile, this is another one of those drivers who we saw was better placed than everyone else coming up to the final pit stop cycle. Nathan Medina has caught him and is now in the slipstream. What can Medina do in these last few laps? Northway maybe will have to save a little to get to the end. 13 laps completed so far. 15 laps to go. Northway's definitely going to have to save as Medina has a look up the inside of the corner there. That was a bit scary.
Yeah, take a look at this replay real quick. I think Medina was just thinking, yeah, I gotta go, but Northway just taking his line as usual, has to think better of it, backs out. Meanwhile, Borda has finally come to the pits. He's gained a metric ton of track position right here, so I think he's going to cycle out just ahead of the Medina Auto Lottridge Hutchison group. That'll cycle Chris Wilhite to the lead. 14 laps to go on an 18-lap stint. The math doesn't quite check out, but you never know. They could start lifting and coasting pretty far right here. Another car to keep an eye on, Justin Morton, has backed up into the 43.7 second bracket. Extreme fuel saving out of the 9 car.
Yeah, very extreme indeed. Border exits the pits as we have the fight between Northway and Medina on the top of your screen, and Border will take as much track as he possibly can on the way out of the pits. He wants maximum momentum onto the back straight here. He will come out ahead, but he still has to get up to speed. For now, Northway and Medina are continuing to gain, and Medina, he's gaining so much on Northway on the back straight, but he just isn't close enough to make the move.
0.3 of a second difference on that last lap for Medina ahead of Northway, but he just can't get close enough to seal the deal. He sees Borda up ahead. He's got to take the shot at Northway right here. Battle for the 10th position 11th on the track. Medina's going to take that position away. Borda's going to be hanging around at the top 10. That's going to be a fight to the very end.
Well, it absolutely is. Nathan Medina chasing down Fernando Borda, and did Borda take tyres is a question on my mind. I'm thinking the answer is yes, but man, he's pushing so hard out of the corners here. That's something that we saw from him early on, I think, in just the mid phase between turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Just pushing up the track a little bit fresh out of the pits. Got to be careful on a track that is still stinking hot, 49 degrees Celsius track temperature, but the fastest lap will go to Fernando Borda. That is a 3/10 gain on Chris Wilhite's fastest lap. Borda is on the attack.
I think that answers the question of whether he took tires or not, because you are not doing that on old tires, especially with the huge slipstream he's getting from the Brenton Foster car. Foster probably committed to running this out to the end. He's going to lose this position, but he's going to have an opportunity to hang in Borda's coattails, try to draft the rest of the way. Remember, Brenton Foster is 22 laps into the stint. It's an outside chance that he can make it the rest of the way on fuel, but he's already lost a lot of positions. So in a points position, it might be better for Foster to go ahead and dunk down into the pits, maybe stay on the lead. Well, actually, never mind. I looked at that back. They're 31 seconds to drift to the lead. Hitting at this point would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you need to save a bit to get home at this point of the race, probably best to just commit to the save. If it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. Brenton Foster will have to commit to this, but look at the pace that he is losing to Borda. He's probably running a lean fuel mixture, and Borda is running full rich on fresh tires, and he's just drawing up behind Austin O'Neill to try and put him a lap down on him. And to the inside on exit he'll go. I love seeing a hard charge late into a race at Indy. It's just fantastic. Chris Wilhite, meanwhile, he's coming up to complete 24 laps on this stint. With 9 laps remaining, coming up to 8, it's borderline for Wilhite. Will he be able to hold on to the end here?
It's kind of looking iffy. I'm thinking back to the first year that Alexander Rossi ran the Indy 500, and that was a fuel mileage race. Rossi had to slow way the heck up to make that fuel mileage work, but the thing I'm seeing from the Wilhite car, still running. Competitive lap times, 41.3. 5-lap average, 41.451. There is no give in this run, but he's got a 6-second lead. Why aren't you using it? That's a resource that you're not taking advantage of.
Yeah, maybe he's just waiting for a certain lap to come around, maybe calculating how much time he can afford to lose per lap and still make it home. 8 laps to go, make that 7. Chris Wilhite will cross the line here. We'll have 7 circuits of Indianapolis Motor Speedway left here in the Majors Series, round 5 of 2024. It's been another thinking man's race, this Speedway 500. Absolutely loving it. All of these strategies, as you said before, Lynn, coalescing, coming to a 4 right at the end here. Can Wilhite make it home? Can Border make up the gap? So many questions, and we still have to wait a few minutes for them to be answered.
Wilhite gets a hold of Phil Otto to put him 1 lap down and also get a slipstream right there. Meanwhile, looking back at the Morton machine, everybody pretty much from 3rd on back is lifting and coasting a massive amount, losing chunks of time to the leaders, but it's all going to come down to whether Wilhite has enough fuel to make it, and I don't see this math working out at this pace. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, unless Wilhite's found a way to hide extra fuel tanks in his helmet or something, I don't know, a little bit of a reserve tank. Yeah, with the rate he's going, he'll have to pit before the end. I don't understand how he's able to keep that pace up. Let's just check out how far into the stint everyone is now with 5 laps to go. Wilhite, 27 laps. 27 plus 5, that's 32. Okay, we've seen cars go 32 laps, but with big fuel save. Luke Santos is going to throw up the white flag. Well, those are the stints there. You can do the math yourself and figure out who is in trouble of having to pit again based on a maximum fuel stint of around 29 to 30 laps at full rich. But Luke Santos will drop out of the order there. 4.3 seconds splash and dash. He'll re-emerge outside the top 10.
The car I'm looking at the moment is the car in 3rd, Christian Challenger. Yes, 29 laps into the stint. But what I'm watching, he's running laps in the 42-second bracket, 42.5s. His 5-lap average has come down to the 42 flats. He is lifting, he is coasting, he's trying to save every last ounce of fuel. He's anticipating these 2 cars in front not being able to make it the rest of the way, and he can steal another victory.
Well, Challoner's certainly a wily old head when it comes to winning races on strategy. There's a reason why he's a multiple-time champion of the Majors Series and one of the most highly regarded versatile drivers on iRacing, to the point that iRacing pay him to make setups for them. Well, this will be interesting indeed. 3 laps to go for our leader, Chris Wilhite, and Challoner will lift and allow a lapped car past him there. That is Jake Fox up ahead. Challoner, I think, just like one more Hail Mary potentially. Maybe he can afford to fuel save a bit here. Just bring the fuel mixture down, stick in the slipstream. He's still within range. But Wilhite will come across the line to start the penultimate lap of the Speedway 500. 30 laps on this stint. Will he be able to do the impossible and make it a 32-lap stint to the end at the pace he's running?
It's going to be very, very close. He's still running competitive lap times. And at the same time, he's been picking up lap cars and passing them straight away. If he manages to make it all the way around, remember, in iRacing, if the leader takes the white flag before the caution comes out, there's no more caution. It'll be a green flag run to the end. So if somebody wipes out at any particular point, everybody's going to have to race their way back. One more time to try.
White flag is out at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and Chris Wilhite is he shows no signs of slowing down. There is an exchange happening ahead of him between Robert Northway and Austin O'Neill, not for position, but a little snatch of slipstream here for Wilhite will help him to save that little bit extra. I mean, we didn't think it was possible. We were wondering, well, surely Wilhite has to pit before the end, surely. Well, he's got the lead by 7.8 seconds. It doesn't matter if he chokes to the line here. He'll be able to coast to victory, but he's going to keep the foot pinned to the floor. Chris Wilhite will win the Speedway 500 with what we thought was a mathematically impossible stint.
It was an awfully big ask, but he made the answer work. Challenger's going to come across the line in third place to salvage an excellent run out of there. Dallas Pataska in fourth position right there, also making a very long run. Lots of improbable numbers, just making it work, and I'm frankly impressed.
Oh, Morton's out of fuel. Oh dear. Justin Morton trying to hold on to a position in the top 10. But no, he will end up 11th by the end, unless Northway has... No, yeah, he will end up 11th. Oh, man, Justin Morton, he tried his best, didn't he? 35 laps on that stint to the end, though. That is impressive that he was able to make the tank last that long.
Yep, just one. That's the answer. 35 laps is apparently the outer limit at this temperature of track, and he needed it to go about 34 and a half.
Yeah, certainly did. Oh, wow. And with that, 11 cars on the lead lap. Chris Wilhite wins by 8 seconds. Alan Wilson and Christian Challoner will complete the podium. Dallas Pataska, though, from 26th up to 4th. What an incredible drive that is. Shaughnessy gaining 6 spots to finish in 5th. Fernando Borda, with a beautifully aggressive stint right at the end, ends up finishing right where he started in 6th. Nick Kuhn for Dog Bear. What a fantastic drive from him. Started outside the top 30. He'll finish in 7th spot. Medina, he was one of the drivers that was locked into a couple of shorter stints to the end, and unfortunately ends up losing a position on where he started because of that. 9th and 10th, Brenton Foster and Robert Northway. Northway had a big adventurous race. He was up and down the field, basically occupied every single position, up 14 spots.
You proceed further into page number 2. We take a look at the unfortunate mishap of Justin Morton. Wishing a kingdom for a thimble of fuel. The last car on the lead lap basically able to beat the timer on the way out. Then you have some cars that tried to roll the dice and it just didn't quite work out. Phil Otto, Wayne Hutchinson, Jason Lottridge all having to pit late in the going alongside Luke Santos, Jake Fox. A good run for the Kingsman Racing Sports team. Christian Abate, Gavin Barber in 18th. Finishing out the cars of one lap down. Joseph Homan. He scratched my paint, but then he salvaged a P19 out of it, so I can't be too upset. Followed behind by Austin O'Neill 3 laps down.
Yeah, indeed. Man, Austin O'Neill rounding out the top 20 and Ozzy Milwane 4 laps down. Then we get into... Oh boy, that is a big retirement territory. It is the size of Texas. Bevan Moyes, very strange exit from the race, 49 laps from the end. Duncan McCormick, unfortunately, disqualified by iRacing, by the sim. Riley Thompson with a crash, Julian Mookie with a crash, Jordan Bazugli with a crash, Andrew Lewis, guess what? With a crash. Pretty much everyone here. Gargaro, Deloach, Abramatis, throw in Kevin Hill, Trevor Vavrovsky, the drivers that started 3rd and 2nd respectively, plus Brian McGreevy in 33rd. all of them involved in a crash of some kind. It was an absolute carnage-filled race today at Indianapolis. But you know what, Lynn? In the end, strategy still won out.
Yep, you look at that field of mayhem. You take away those 6 positions plus the 455 getting a disqualification means he collects no points. That moves everybody up, down in the lower splits, up positions. And I was a little worried at the initial start. I saw the weather forecast was going to be hectically warm, and it turned out, once everybody got used to it, we got ourselves a fantastic strategy finish right there.
We did indeed. That green flag run to the end was beautiful, and really enjoyed that. And we certainly hope you all enjoyed the show here on SimSpeed TV. Don't forget, the next event in the majors will be the non-championship Majors 24. 24 hours around the Circuit de la Sarthe on June 8th and 9th. Mark that down in your calendar. Register for the event as well if you wish. Majorsseries.com is the official website for the Majors Series. And looks to me, Lynn, like we've got our top 2 in the interview box. But before we chat to Wilhite and Wilson, I'm looking forward to the Dirt Derby at Eldora Speedway. This is going to be fantastic. Dirt racing is part of our bread and butter here at SimSpeed, and I can't wait to see how the Majors field tackles it.
It's going to be exciting. This particular event was the very first dirt round that we ever had several years ago, and we're going to go back to it again for 100-lap feature race. And it's also, the best part about it, Reese, this is a free event, so anybody in the audience that wants to come tag along, get a taste of the majors, you can come sign up for this in a few months' time. It'll be absolutely free of charge, so come on down.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff there. Let's have a chat to our race winner, Chris Wilhite. My goodness, Chris. Speedway 500 winner. Lynn and I were racking our brains wondering whether you were going to have to make a pit stop in that final stint, but you made it.
Yeah, we made the math work. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it was really about, I was fine to the end. I was even able to put it in map 1 the last 10 or so laps, and you could see there the last 10 laps I was quick, but it was all about saving enough to be able to do that. We got fortunate with some traffic there, kind of in that second to last stint, and when you're in traffic you can save so much more fuel. It's a killer when you're out front. So yeah, that was really the race defining moment there when we got some good tows and were able to save enough.
Yeah, well, in order to get there, you had to negotiate the chaos of the first half of the race. It must have been nerve-wracking having to negotiate all of those cautions.
Yeah, and we kind of figured, maybe a couple cautions quick, and then it may settle down. We eventually settled down, but it wasn't until about halfway. So it had kind of a herky-jerky movement to it. Never, we didn't have green flag pit stops till the second half of the race, which kind of kept us all bunched up. But the timing of the cautions did allow for a couple different kinds of strategies as far as when to come in and fuel and when not. And we feel like we played the right strategy call there, and that really helped us set us up for the second half of the race.
Well, win on the board, maximum points in the championship. Chris, you must be happy with your performance. Do you have anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, definite shout out to Indy Alliance Racing. It's my IndyCar team. Jesper Norman, Seb, Rashad, Will, all the guys over there. We're working hard for the iRacing Indy 500 here in a couple of weeks. So got some good laps on the set. Shout out to Highside Motorsports. That's my stock car team, but Alan Wilson and Lawrence Shaughnessy ran with me tonight from that team. We all took home top 5, so great team effort, very exciting. And then shout out to Bumper to Thumper, Traction Calm Down. Give a shout out to Ryko Performance. This was not a Ryko set, but those guys helped me on the stock car side, so always want to give them a shout out. And shout out to you guys at SimSpeed. Appreciate you guys broadcasting, and a shout out to Majors and Mike. We only run a couple of these events a year, but every time I come over here with these guys, it's really well run and a fun time.
Absolutely. Congratulations from SimSpeed to Chris Wilhide, winner of the Speedway 500. And Lynn, you're stood by with Alan Wilson, who came home with a magnificent second place.
Yeah, it was a great night, and the team did awesome. Top 5 for all 3 of us, so I can't ask for much more than that.
I'll ask you what Reese asked your teammate right there. The first half of that was probably a little bit crazy in the with all of the cautions. Was it difficult trying to keep the nerves down once you got those out of the system?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. We had a really good car, and so I think I fell to 5th at once, but that was as far back as we got. And, we were fortunate. We got a couple of close calls up at the front, but really we stayed out for the most part. So it was really just about getting some good restarts and maintaining that track position.
Absolutely. Anybody you want to shout out at this particular point?
Yeah, well, first, congrats to Chris, and without him, I would have probably ran out of gas at the end. So, he was the main reason I finished second. But Lawrence has been a huge help all week, and all the guys at High Side, just appreciate all their teamwork.
Well, again, Alan Wilson III finishing second in the Speedway 500. Thank you for your time right there. Turn it back over to Reese.
Yeah, indeed. And it looks like those are the only drivers who are going to join us for an interview here. Reminder, next round of the Majors non-championship event, the Majors 24 at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Make sure to mark that down in your calendar. Of course, we at SimSpeed would like to thank everybody at the Majors series for putting this event on. It was another beautiful, entertaining Speedway 500. Make sure once again to check out the charity the Majors is supporting for this round, Folds of Honor. Go to foldsofhonor.org to lend your support. And I guess we'll say our goodbyes and wish thee well until the next round of the Majors. I'm Reese Gardner, Lynn Kinchelow with me in the comms box, Jay Kennedy behind the scenes, pushing all of the buttons. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, goodbye for now, but not forever. We'll see you again soon.